He was joshing us. Must have been, wasn't he?
Well, if you ain't heard nothing from the Queen, then it doesn't matter what Aberline says, does it? Now, I better get a move on. Tables don't clear themselves, you know. Oh, ew! Which way you going?
Oh, I beg your pardon.
I say, are you all right there?
I was looking for Mr. Henry Gordon Jago.
Never heard of him.
I thought you might say that, Mr. Jago, but I have travelled unimaginable distances to seek you out.
Really? Why?
Sounds ominous, Henry.
To show you my act.
Your act, lummy, not more theatricals. I think I should warn you that I've been enjoying a short absence from the business.
But you're back now.
Indeed we are. Perhaps you should hear the lady out, Henry.
All right. What is it? Juggling? Tenpenny jugglers? Acrobats I do not need. Magicians? Well, had problems with them in the past. Dancing girls? Possibly.
Nothing like that. Nothing like anything you have ever seen before, in fact.
Intriguing. So, what exactly do you do, if I may ask?
Oh, not me. I'm more in the nature of an agent, a representative.
Who do you represent?
Aha! Now we're getting to the nub of things, aren't we? Allow me to introduce, for your delectation and delight, for your entertainment and enlightenment,
Yes?
the Scorchies!
Good gracious.
Are they puppets? Mannequins?
You tell me, sir.
But how are they operated? And what do they do?
That is the question. And we know a song about it, don't we, my friends?
A song? Yes, a song!
I have a feeling we are going to, whatever we say.
Scorchies, Scorchies, we are the Scorchies, we love to sing and entertain. Scorchies, Scorchies, we are the Scorchies, some people think that we're insane. Scorchies, Scorchies, we are the Scorchies, listening close as we sing our song. Scorchies, Scorchies, we are the Scorchies, and if you like it, sing along. We're a parade of performing puppets, a riotous rabble, we're all the rage. A troupe of talented terpsichoreans, singing and skipping from stage to stage. We'll sing, we'll dance, we'll jig, we'll prance from Mr. Jago, our favourite MC. And if you like the look of our act, then book us for the new Regency. Scorchies, Scorchies, we are the Scorchies, all together a motley crew. Scorchies, Scorchies, we are the Scorchies, give us a chance to perform for you.
That was
Brilliant! Ha-ha! You're hired. When can you start?
A packed house tonight, Missy.
Yes, mister.
What do you think of it so far?
Disappointing.
But what about those two down there in the box?
Oh, yes, they do look promising.
You might have come and said hello, Professor.
Henry is a busy and successful man.
And all the same, it's a fine fellow who forgets his friends.
He's not forgotten us. Since this new act of his took off,
We've not heard a peep from Mr. Jago in weeks.
I fear these scorches take up all of his time.
Yeah, 'cause puppets are so demanding.
Don't you like them?
I find them a bit creepy myself.
Come now. They're just sawdust and rags.
There's something about them. The way they move.
I know. Diabolically clever. Dashed if I can see how they do it.
I'll tell you how, Professor. With someone's helping hand carefully placed.
You need not elaborate.
Oi! Thank you!
You're all most kind, to be sure.
I love you. Thank you. Well, I'm afraid we don't have time, do we, Mr. Jago?
No, rather regrettably, this evening's exhilarating entertainment must now draw to a sudden caesura. Now then, everyone, all good things must come to an end. But they'll all be back tomorrow, won't they, Nancy?
Oh, yes.
So, as Miss Pettigrew puts the scorches back in their boxes, let us just say good night to Colonel Fuzz,
Night all!
Porcelain Polly,
I love you.
and of course, those tiny tykes, those miniature Machiavels, the magic mice.
Cheese, cheese, cheese.
Come along, magic mice. Back to your nest. Quick march!
Oh, bless them. Everyone, do come and see them again, if you can get seats.
Something's up, Mrs.
Do you think so, mister?
Jago's padding his part.
Oh, I agree. I'll have a word, shall I, dear?
See if you can pull a few strings.
No sign of any puppeteers.
Funny peculiar.
Maybe they're keen to keep up the illusion that those things are real.
Ooh, they just dumped on the chairs. Like they're watching us. Creepy.
Get that scenery tidy, do you, for the high jump, my lad?
Oh, here he is. Henry!
Where's Miss Pettigrew? I've another blessed bouquet for her. And move the marvellous Mundungo's blasted fireworks. Don't want them scattered around like we're the Houses of Parliament. Get this crate of Mundungo's perishing paraphernalia shifted, will you?
I say, Henry!
Phew, that crowd smelt like an abattoir.
Mr. Jago!
What? Oh, it's you. Why, Professor Lightfoot and Miss Ellie, how'd you do?
We came to see the show, Henry.
Yes, of course you did. You loved it naturally.
Oh, yeah.
Finest
because-
show in London. Glad you agree. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got my cast to look after.
Puppets, Henry.
Well, splendid, splendid. Forgive me, 1,001 things to do. Wonderful to see you both. I'll put that halberd down before you do yourself a mischief.
Oh, dear. That could have gone better.
Come along, Professor. I'll stand you a drink.
Shouldn't have pestered him right after a show. Still, good to see Henry back in his element, I suppose.
Showing his true colours.
No, the fault was mine. I may have offended him.
You? Him? Don't worry about it. Let's get to a saloon.
Capital idea. Roaring fire, perhaps a game pie, and...
Professor?
I think I should go and make it right. I'm worried about him. And perhaps you're right to have misgivings about those puppets, you know. It's not the first time we've tangled with an evil doll.
Really? You know what, Professor Lightfoot? You're jealous.
I?
One thing me old ma taught me, apart from how to wash a glass, was that we ate it when our friends become successful.
I couldn't be happier for Henry. It's just something about those puppets unnerved me. Seeing them after the show abandoned on those chairs. There was something uncanny about them.
Yeah, that's it.
No, really. Where are the operators?
Probably where we should be. In a bar. Like that one. Over there.
Yes, there he is. Splendid. Wait for me here while I go and have a word with Henry. Never let the sun go down on an argument.
I'll see. I'll be in the bar.
Yes, of course. I won't be 5 minutes.
Good night, Professor Lightfoot. Sometimes you're not so bright. Fear not, Professor Lightfoot. I'll make sure it all ends right. As for now, farewell, adieu. My time has come to disappear. I'll be fine, no chorus line would be complete without me here. Good night, Professor Lightfoot. Just for once I'd love to stay. Perhaps in time I'll get my dues, but maybe not today.
Something's coming, missus.
Really, mister?
I fear it might be changed.
Oh dear. I don't care for change.
Henry! Henry, are you there? What a sight for the cleaners. Henry, someone's just left your puppets out. I must say, up close I don't care for them. Henry! Empty eyes and empty faces, wooden limbs and wooden toes, knitted hair and knitted braces. Goodness me, how peculiar. Talking to yourself is one thing. Henry, I say, old fellow, are you around?
No one here but us puppets.
Goodness gracious. Miss Nancy, isn't it? From the show.
Nancy Pettigrew. Voice of a dove, face of an N.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Actually, we've met before.
Have we? Oh, of course. How are you?
Delighted to make your acquaintance properly. I must say you were very good.
Why, thank you.
Have you ever thought of going it alone without these puppets?
Without the scorchies? No. No, I couldn't. I owe them my livelihood.
All the same, simply abandoned on chairs, don't you find them a little sinister?
I couldn't say, sir.
So it's not just me. The way their eyes follow you round the room. Especially the magic mice. I must say, those are my favourites. Are they yours too?
No,
I wonder how they're worked. Might I pick one up?
I really wouldn't.
Their fur is wonderfully colourful. I had mice when I was a child, you know. Such inquisitive little fellows. I'll just...
No, don't touch them. Please.
No, of course. Professional secrets. Anyway, I really must find Henry. Mr. Jago. Have you seen him?
I'm sure he's somewhere backstage. Everyone else has scarpered off home. I'm only here because I'm waiting for my sweetheart. He's late.
Oh, I'm sorry. Most inconsiderate to keep you waiting.
Oh, he's not so bad, sir. Oh! Mind out for those wires, sir.
Gracious. They're everywhere. Going up into the rafters.
Right up above the gods.
Indeed. Such a lot of clutter. Whatever is it all for?
Well, there's a rope lift. Kick that weight off the platform and it'll whoosh you up into the flies faster than you can say Jack Robinson.
I don't fancy that. But what about all those wires?
Trade secret.
Oh, of course. Well, I'd better find Henry rather than being nosy.
Well, if I see Mr. Jago, I'll send him in your direction.
That's very kind of you, Miss Pettigrew. I won't interrupt.
You weren't, sir. Oh, get a move on, Bill. I just want to get out of here. Hello? Get a move on, Bill. I'm just a Cockney siren. I'm a little bow miss. I'll dance with you.
Tell me why the caged bird sings, missus.
Because she can no longer see the bars, mister.
Indeed. You know, I do think it will be tonight.
Yes, dear. I can feel it in the air.
In the air, pulling tight.
I'm a little bow miss.
Nancy? Nance? It's Bill. I came like you said.
Oh, Bill.
I hope I wasn't interrupting.
I was just singing, well, to the puppets.
Creepy blighters after hours, they are.
Well, let me take your mind off them then. Oh, Bill, I wish you hadn't come.
I couldn't resist you. You know that.
No one can. It's not too late to change your mind.
Never.
All right, then. Come, dance and sing with me.
Dance? Here? I was going to take you to the pub.
No. Let's dance and sing right here.
I'm not very...
Take my hand. I'm just a Cockney siren, I'm a little Bobo miss. I'll dance you till you're tiring, then I'll rest you with a kiss. Be a gent and take my hand, I'll sing you to a smile. I'll show you that life is grand, just glide with me a while. From Cheapside to Mayfair, we'll paint the town bright red. From the Dilly to the square homes where you lay your head. I'm just a Cockney siren, I'm a little Bobo miss. I'll dance you till you're tiring, then I'll rest you with a kiss. Oh, Bill, are you all right?
I just... heard... What was it?
Oh, there's a friend of the boss's around. Why?
No. Closer. The puppets. Those mice moved.
The magic mice? Of course not.
They're strange blighters and no mistake. Come on, let's clear out of here, get drunk.
All right, then. Come on, hurry. Oh. Bill, I can't move.
What?
Oh, Bill, please go. It's too late for me.
What? Have you changed your mind?
No, I mean, I can only follow you so far. But I can't take another step.
What do you mean?
There's a pain in my shoulder. I don't know. Sharp pulling. Oh, Bill, help me.
Let me see. Probably got your dress caught in something. All them cables. Come here. Not hurting you, am I?
That's all right. Ow!
There we are. It's this wire from the rafters. That's the blighter. It's hooked on your frock at the back.
Oh, could you...
Yeah, of course I can. Wait. Oh.
Bill, what? Billy?
Nancy. Your back. The wire's in your back.
Henry? Ah, there you are. Henry! Oh. Like that, is it? Well, if you're just going to sit there, sending me to Coventry, then I shall talk at you, and you'll just have to listen. Well, I must say I can understand. I may not have expressed myself well, and I suppose Ellie is right. I am perhaps a little jealous. Jealous that you pulled yourself up by your bootstraps while I've simply stagnated. I'm a fossil, Henry, whereas you are tomorrow's man. Anyway, I've said my piece. I'm sorry. I'll leave you to your puppets. Good night, Henry Jago. I'm sorry I tried to say so. Rude, I didn't mean no. My dear old friend, Jago. How peculiar. Henry, what is it? Are you crying, my dear chap? Oh, Henry, old friend. If I've done anything to make you upset, I must apologize. Look at you. You're a success. You're the king of your own empire again. You should be proud. The Maharaja of the new Regency Theatre, hey? Here, Henry, let me wipe your tears. Henry, your tears. They're sawdust.
What? What's going on here? Nancy, let's see if I can free you.
Oh, Bill, get away. They won't let me keep any of you, not even the nice ones.
What?
Excuse me, kind sir. I love you.
Oh my God. What are you?
My name is Porcelain Polly. I'm a lovely little dolly, and my face is very jolly. I'm as tasty as a lolly.
What? Who's doing this? Keep away!
Your face isn't very jolly. Would you like me to cheer it up? I love you.
Come along, Henry. Someone's in trouble.
Good night, Professor Lightfoot. Something's not quite right. I fear we might just come undone tonight, like for tonight. Oh, George.
Stay back.
Miss Pettigrew, what's happened?
It's Bill. He's had an accident. Best stay away.
Not a bit of it. I'm a doctor. I'll see what I can do for the poor fellow.
No.
Let's lift this doll out of the way and have a look at you.
Poor Bill.
His face. What's happened to his face?
Two lovely black eyes. Oh, what a surprise.
Most amusing, mister.
Indeed. Brightens up a dull evening, Mrs.
Quite.
I knew I was right. There was something peculiar about these puppets.
Who are you calling peculiar, sir?
You've woken them up. There's no hope for you.
Doesn't matter about me. Get away.
I'm no better than them. I can't move.
I understand that at moments of strain, one can feel rooted to the spot. But I assure you, just take a deep breath and then just put one foot in front of the other and...
I can't. Don't you see?
George,
Henry, what is going on here?
look at her back. The strings.
Henry, call off your puppets. And what strings do you mean?
There are strings in Nancy's back.
It's true.
But why? Is it these scorches? Tell me.
Oh, George, I've been a fool. I paraded these puppets to pull in the punters, but things haven't panned out as planned. It seems they're sadistic and scurrilous scoundrels, and things have got quite out of hand. This mischievous horde have been treading the board, singing melodies night after night. The audience roar like I've not heard before and are head over heels with delight. But after the show, when the audience go, they all scurry about in the wings. They laugh and they jeer, and it soon became clear it was they who were pulling the strings. They're mean and malign, and they mangle my mind with malevolent musical modes. Their incessant rhyming has slowly been climbing up through my head till it explodes. I used to be strong, never fear, never falter. As sturdy a cove as the Rock of Gibraltar. But now I'm their puppet, their pawn, and their prize. I've been musically mastered to my own demise.
But what are you?
We're the Scorches, sir. This may blow your tiny noggin, old boy, but we are aliens.
I see.
From outer space, i.e. beyond the stars.
With you so far.
We have crossed the void beyond the mind. We've come to enslave mankind.
I see. You know, I do wish you'd all form an orderly queue.
I'm sorry.
Henry and I have been dealing with all sorts of peculiar customers for years.
Don't provoke them, Lightfoot.
Why, we've done metal men. Metal men?
Wax women, cunning colonels, evil insects, rogue robots, ghastly gods, mahogany men, fishy forces, suspicious sand, blasted beams, awful automata, and,
oh dear me, yes, puppets. I don't know what hold you have on poor Miss Pettigrew and Henry here, but I can assure you that now I'm on the case, we'll be giving you short shrift. Your best bet, I tell you frankly, is to surrender now.
Surrender? I do not love the sound of that. What does it mean, please?
Pack up, give in, go home.
Oh, then I'm really very sorry. But we don't have a home. We drift through the stars, and this place seems very nice. I love it.
All the mod cons, gas, running water, and a delicious population.
Delicious?
It's what we do, old boy. We feed on human emotions twice nightly.
3 times on Saturdays.
Quite right. Dear old Nancy, she was our first victim.
I was one of the early birds.
She got us a slot at the theatre. She brings in the men. Quick march! They're queuing up for her at the stage door like they're on parade. The Cockney Siren. They never ever question what happens to her gentlemen admirers.
they die of broken hearts.
Amongst other broken things. It makes me really, really sad.
But what about poor Henry? What's happening to him?
We're making him into an ideal audience member.
The show must go on and on.
What do you mean?
Step a little closer.
And then we can begin. Come into my arms. Fall under our charms.
Come closer.
No, George.
Is this close enough, Colonel?
Closer still, sir. We don't mean you ill, sir.
The rhyming, I can tell. It's how you bring us under your spell.
Rhyming's the weapon we wield, spreading our hypnotic field. That's just the beginning. Then you'll start singing. Sing along, bring along death.
Death. Yes?
Closer, closer, closer.
Your magic is so simple, it's tragic. But you'll be saddened to hear I've always had a tin ear.
What?
Sorry to distract you. I just wanted to get to this rope lift.
Get him, mice!
See you in the rafters!
So that I can kiss you with my fingernails.
Not today, thank you, madam. Seems I'm up among the gods. Let's find out who pulls the strings. The little blighters are climbing the curtains. Hello! Is there someone up here? Are you in charge of these diabolical automata? Who's taken over my friend? Come out and face me. Unless that is your cowards. If you intend to intimidate me, I really should warn you.
His movements were graceful. All girls he would please.
Stay back!
And my love, he has stolen away.
Ah! Ah!
Oh, a cliffhanger. The Professor's fallen.
He's dangling from a rope, Mrs.
Oh, I'm much obliged to you for telling me that, mister. Otherwise, I'd have been baffled as to what was going on.
Not at all, Mrs. It's lacking a certain something, though, isn't it?
Allow me.
Oh, much better, dear.
But we can have more. We can always go bigger, can't we, dear?
Ladies and gentlemen, the proud Professor is in powerful peril. Dangling above our very heads, the savior of the human race is pursued by minuscule menace and in deadly danger. Will he escape unscathed? Will he rescue his friend Jago? Will they make good their friendship? And what is the sinister secret hidden at the top of the theatre? Pay attention, friends, as our story continues. Oh, bless me, what the devil was all that about?
Oh, much better.
He sets a lovely tone, does Jago.
Bit of a ham.
But a well-cured one.
Oh, very good, dear.
You'll have to try harder, my friends. I was quite nimble on the parallel bars in my youth. Seems I can still shimmy up a rope. There. Let's find out who's in charge around here. Who's there?
Professor Lightfoot, I wonder if we could have a little chat.
It's Polly, isn't it?
Yes. I promise I won't try to kill you. Not even a little.
Then why are you here?
I love you.
I'm sorry.
I love you.
What do you mean?
I love you.
Don't be ridiculous.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
No, you don't. You don't know me.
Humans, I love you.
You enslave us. You murder us. And you say that you love us.
You remind us of what we once were. That's why we kill you. I was once so pretty.
You're jealous of us.
I stand on stage every night, looking at all those pretty young ladies laughing at me. It makes me burn. I don't like how that makes me feel. But that's coming to an end now.
Is it indeed?
Oh, yes. We are making way for a new species.
Really? Is that what you're doing to Henry and Nancy?
We are seeing how compatible we are.
You're making human puppet amalgams?
Not very successfully. I do not love them.
I'm not surprised. So what's up here? Another experiment?
It's really very dull. You won't love it.
I'm sure I won't.
The overlords are not like us.
Overlords? Can they help me?
They won't understand. The overlords are innocent, not like me. I used to be a princess. A pretty, pretty princess.
What are these overlords? Are they your gods?
Oh, don't be silly. Puppets don't have gods.
Then what?
I'm not going to tell you, even though I love you. Or perhaps I can tell you something if you lean closer. Close enough for me to bite you.
No, madam! Get back! Back!
Stop it! Ooh, I'm wobbly! Uh-oh! I love you!
Oh, dear.
Oh, bless my soul. I must have dozed off. Another late night, Henry. That's the price of success. And what a success. Good things come to those who wait. Why, Miss Pettigrew, you're still here, eh? You should be off home, resting that voice of an angel.
Oh, Mr. Jago, don't you remember?
Eh? Well, truth to tell, my noggin's a bit soggy of late. Why, is there a show on?
Look down, at your feet, at the body.
Oh, corks. Oh, it's all coming back to me. Those scorches have got us in their thrall.
Yes.
Lucky we found out quickly before any harm was done.
No, Mr. Jago, there you're wrong. It's been going on for a long time.
Has it? And you've known about it?
Yes, and so have you.
Never.
No, you have. They keep wiping your memory.
Oh, I see.
But that stopped working so well.
So they're turning me into a puppet, aren't they? Nancy,
Mr. Jago,
how does it feel? Those wire things. Not painful, I trust?
I'm used to it, but thanks for asking.
But does it?
Yes.
Oh. I'm next, you know. They'll be stringing me up, hoist on my own blessed petard. I've survived deadly dragons and cunning crabs, but after tonight, it's the wires for me.
You're worried, aren't you?
Selfish of me, I know. But I can't believe these blackguards would do that to a lady like you.
They offered me fame, Mr. Jago. They said there'd be a prize.
Me too. Ha! We're a fine couple of lost souls, ain't we?
Lost souls, a sad and lonely pair, sitting here alone together, tied up to a chair, hypnotized by puppets with a portion for a song. To anyone but us that might seem creepy and quite wrong. Considering our fate, we are remarkably at ease. But that's because when we're asleep, they wipe our memories. Lost souls, nearly time to say adieu. We won't be alone for long, soon we'll be scorches too.
Oh, I am enchanted, Mrs.
Echo, Mr. Delightful.
And a welcome change of pace from Professor Lightfoot being pursued through the rafters.
Oh, agreed. Entertaining enough in its way, but very hard to follow.
I must say, I'm disappointed by the minions. If they were a serious challenge, they would have disposed of him by now.
It seems the Professor is a formidable adversary.
Do you think so, Mrs.?
Oh, it's a view I'm inclining towards, mister.
Indeed. But look, down on the stage, what's this I spy?
An unplanned diversion.
Improvisation.
Hello.
Peeler? Good gracious.
Excuse me for breaking in. Are you in charge here?
Stay back.
Yes, as the general manager of this theatrical endeavour, I must ask you very kindly to leave.
I received a report of a disturbance. I agreed to look in.
Well, I can assure you we are right as ninepins. As Henry Gordon Jago, owner and proprietor, I can give you my personal assurance that everything here is all tickety-boo and in tip-top order. Isn't that right, Nancy?
Yes, just a quiet evening.
I see, sir. You won't mind if I just swing my lantern around and make sure that everything is all right? It's just that, well, if you'll forgive me, you both seem to be tied up to your chairs and there's a body at your feet.
We're rehearsing.
Rehearsing?
It's a new number. You're interrupting.
Yes, you really should leave. We do a show here called the Scorchy Review.
Twice nightly.
Thrice on Saturdays. Most demanding schedule. All sorts of things happen. Such as...
Tonight we're acting a murder, which will explain anything you've heard. We're staging a crime. We do it all the time.
It's like a pantomime. It's honestly fine. It's frankly small beer. Nothing to see here.
Yet you're speaking in rhyme. In fact, wait, it's not just you. What's going on?
Go, please go. Don't say no.
It means they're coming. You'll be done in.
Oh, I don't understand. Oh, hello.
We are the Scorchies. Say cheese.
Get running.
No, sir. Stay for funning.
Oh, it's them puppets, you magical little tinkers. I've heard about these fellas. How clever. I've been dying for a ticket.
Dying, you say? Oh, there's no need for that, old boy. We're only too happy to lay on a private show.
Run away. Please don't stay. Run away.
Well, those two all right.
Ignore them, officer.
Please don't
See,
stay.
it's all part of the act.
Run
I can
away.
silence them
Please
like
don't stay.
that. And now there's a spot of hush. The magic mice are going to sing you a song.
Oh, how lovely. Oh, you adorable.
Yes.
Clockwork, is it? Is that how you move, or is it done with wires? Go on then, you little tykes, climb up my arms.
Thank you. Can we sing to you now?
You won't regret it, sir. Word of an officer.
Of course.
A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3.
I know a fat old policeman. He's always on our street. A fat and jolly red-faced man. He really is a treat. He's too kind for a policeman. He's never known to frown. And everybody says he is the happiest man in town. He laughs upon his duty. He laughs upon his beat. He laughs at everybody when he's walking in the street. He never can stop laughing. He says he's never tried. But once he did arrest a man and laugh until he died.
Some other poor soul I'm too late to save. It's time to put a stop to this. I say, Well, here's a big curtain. Behind it is a mystery. That I'm very certain. So, George, shall we see? It's empty again. Most peculiar. Oh, my word. Ah, good evening. Good gracious.
I am Mr. at your service.
And I am Mrs. likewise.
But you're...
Yes, what are we?
Indeed. I would very much like to know what you make of us.
It's extraordinary. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. I don't know what I was expecting. You're the evil overlords?
Hardly, dear sir.
Evil? Us? We are innocents, I assure you, sir.
But you are in charge of those puppets.
We are above them, wouldn't you say, Mrs.?
Oh, quite, mister.
But you seem like normal people.
Do we? Do you hear that? Normal.
Oh, how lovely. I think we deserve a round of applause.
Have I said something funny? Forgive me if I don't join in. My friend is in danger. People down below are being harmed by those terrible creatures. And to find that it's all being controlled by 2 people in a private box.
Oh, you don't get it.
You see,
We're
puppets too.
What?
Mr. Darwin would have been proud of us.
We are the proof that even puppets can evolve.
Quite.
Many years ago, our people lost their bodies.
Misplaced them.
And since then, we've wandered through the stars.
Making do with cloth.
And the mental energy of those we kill. Entertain. Forgive me. It's quite hard to overcome our nature.
Bad show.
Quite. You see, we've done such terrible things.
Frightful.
Dull, even.
But the time has come to move on. 2 of us have made ourselves these new bodies.
Goodbye, cloth.
Arrivederci sawdust.
Alasamaladic buttons.
Sayonara string.
And hello to our lovely new bodies.
Where did you get them?
We
Borrowed them.
on permanent loan.
Like cups of sugar.
Oh.
It's marvellous, really. We can go out into the world and live real lives. No more killing. No more songs.
We can run up bills, eat meals, go dancing.
Fall in love.
So you've put the evil behind you?
Absolutely. It's a fresh start.
Although there is a tiny catch.
Indeed?
The rest of the sculptures can be sustained on 2 shows a night. But these new bodies, they're so expensive to keep a hold of. If we're to go outside, we'll need the mental energy of a full house. All the time.
The next crowd can never go home. There'll be a captive audience.
That's monstrous.
Really? Oh, they'll be tied up to their chairs, but they'll be very happy. We'll make sure of it. We'll put on the show of a lifetime.
You're enslaving hundreds of people just so that a handful of you can be happy?
Yes. I believe it's called
An empire.
Is it over?
Yes, it is, my dear. Don't look, though.
I'm tired of it all. I almost can't remember what my old life felt like.
I wonder, how many of these slayings have we witnessed? My memory of the last few weeks is hazy, I must admit.
That's because your head is full of sawdust.
Why, what have you done to me?
We're stuffing you from the inside out. We've put clever dust in your body. You're becoming one of us, another puppet.
Oh, now, stop it at once. I demand you listen, or I'll be forced to take extreme measures.
Oh, this is one of my favourite speeches.
How dare you, you diabolical doll, you malodorous mannequin, you putrid puppet. This is my theatre, and I'll have no more of it. If you don't leave at once, freeing Miss Nancy and myself, then I'll...
Yes, go on. I love this bit.
I shall tear up your contract. I'll consult my lawyer. I'll claim force majeure and habeas corpus and etc.
Habeas corpus, habeas corpus. Trust us to habeas corpus. A nice, wet, warm body is a lovely QED. There is no magic cleverer than to abracadabra. It's a jolly thing to see someone freshly R.I.P. We'll send you a letter, yours truly, etc. 'Cause we really think it's grand to have a corpse to habeas corpus, habeas corpus. Trust us to habeas corpus.
Oh dear, mister, I do believe we've missed a song.
Shame, shame.
Well, my apologies if I'm interrupting. Perhaps I should be getting back to my friends.
Perhaps you should. Would you mind stepping to the left a little?
I'm sorry?
Oh, don't apologise. It's simply to oblige my dear mister.
So that when I pull this lever...
Hands, knees.
And boopsie-daisy. Oh, dear. Quick, march! Mates! Tarpaulin!
Oh! Good gracious! George! You're alive!
Only just. What is this terrible carnage, Henry? Have you played any part in this?
To tell you the truth, I don't know. Those singing shrews have diddled my brains.
Oh, Henry, I'm sad for you.
I know. How could I have been blind to all this? No more, I tell you.
Capital of you to say so. But why do you think we brought your friend back to you? You're going to kill him for us.
Never!
Don't you go disobeying orders, sir, or I'll have you on a charge!
I've colluded with you. I've done many terrible things under your influence. But I won't harm my best friend, I tell you.
Henry!
You stick it to him, Mr. Jago.
Nonsense! It's disobedience, pure and simple.
I'll stand up to you. You know what you are. You, sir, are a disgrace to humanity, to England, and to musical theatre.
Did you hear that, mister?
I did indeed, Mrs. Shameful.
Boo!
Boo! Boo! Get him off!
Get him off!
Shame! Shame! Boo!
Well, Professor Lightfoot, it seems you'll have to wait a little longer. Grab him, Nancy.
Sorry about this, sir.
Oh, that's all right. It's Henry I'm worried about. Although, if you could perhaps not crush me quite so tightly.
I'm afraid I'm not in control of me limbs.
Magic mice, grab the traitor. Look at it spit.
Oof!
There's the ticket. Take a limb each and...
George, get away from here.
But Henry, I can't let you be torn apart by toy mice.
I've just taken my medicine. This is your chance. Don't worry about me. It's quite invigorating.
Oh, Henry, no!
Give me all you go crazy when you are torn in two. Oh, I say, missus, that's more like it.
Indeed, mister. Absolutely ripping.
Nancy, let me go, please. I've got to help him.
I'm trying. My arms, they can't move.
That poor policeman brought an oil lamp with him. If I can just reach it, perhaps I can...
I can't control my arms.
Please, you're crushing me.
I'm just a Cockney siren. I'm a little Bow-Bell miss. I've danced and now I'm tiring. I never wanted this. I'm sorry, sir, I've got your hands and I can't let them go. I'm no longer in control. This is the Scorchy Show.
I do believe we approach the climax, mister.
Pity there won't be an encore, missus.
Oh, poor Mr. Jago.
He's so popular. Everyone wants a bit of him.
Look away, old chum. I'm coming undone at the seams.
I can't breathe. Goodbye, my dearest Henry. I fear it's time to go. I'm glad I'm with you at the end. my dear old friend, Jago.
Goodbye, my dear Professor. I fear we've come unstuck. These cads have got the upper hand, and we're all out of luck.
Good night, Mrs. Lightfoot and Jago. You're in the tightest of tight spots, and now it's time to go. Good night, the end is nigh, of that we're certain, Jago and Lightfoot. It's time we reach our final curtain.
Good night.
Good night. Ellie!
Once again, I've been overlooked and left until the end. Just another lonely hour for me to spend behind the scenes until the denouement. It's not fair, I never get a truly even share, and I end up feeling that I'm just a spare part every time. The adventure's nearly finished and I've hardly said a line. You two gents have all the fun while I get left behind. Well, not today, if it's alright, I'm here to save mankind. I'm Ellie, the barmaid, I'm sick of being forgot. I may not make the titles, but I'm vital to the plot. I'm more than just a bit part, I'm integral and I'm great. I'll never get a spin-off at this rate. I'm Ellie, the barmaid, I'm here to save the day. You didn't think to ask me, but I've turned up anyway. As far as music debuts go, this one is pretty late. I'll never get a spin-off at this rate. Now I won't let this bunch of fuzzy puppets steal the show. It's bad enough I've only had 2 scenes so far, you know. It's time to put an end to this and claim what's mine by right. The final scene's for me and it ain't yours without a fight. So listen here, you nasty bunch of ragged evildoers. I'm here to thwart your plans and send you right there down the sewers. The thought of killing everyone might make you laugh and chortle, but that won't work with me because I'm technically immortal. I'm used to pulling pints, although I never pull me punches. I'm just as happy fighting as I am with serving lunches. If you thought you get away with this, it's time you knew. Up with this, I will not put. It's time to finish you. I'm Ellie, the barmaid. Just look at what I found. A big old bunch of fireworks just lying on the ground. And here's a box of matches sitting right next to this crate. I'll never get a spin off at this rate. I'm Ellie, the barmaid. It's time to end the show. I've got a box of rockets which I ain't afraid to throw. Don't go crying sawdust, you've got no one else to blame. I'm gonna get a spin off, but I'll kill you all the same. Farewell, lovely scorchies.
This wasn't on the programme, mister.
Indeed not, Mrs.
Boo!
Boo.
Kill her! Stay back! I'm armed with fireworks! Come on, let's get you out there.
Bless you, Miss Hickson.
Clever work, Ellie!
These are all great from back there. Look at the top hat.
Oh, that'll be the marvellous magical Mundungo. The scorches made me fly.
I'll bet they did. Let me see if I can turn this box into a grenade. Can you help free Miss Nancy? She's still under the influence.
No, give that crate here. It's too late for me. I'm more sawdust and wire than flesh and blood.
Nancy!
Hush, Mr. Jago. Someone's got to close the show. All of you, go!
Come on, gents.
Nancy, this is disobedience. I'll yank your strings for this, my girl. Right? Cut!
Oh, Colonel! You ever seen an opera?
No, ma.
The girl with the best voice always gets the last word.
Close, that was close.
So pretty, though. Are you feeling warm, mister?
Indeed I am, Mrs.
Unusual for the time of year.
Quite.
Oh, you're out of it now.
Oh, much obliged. Goodness me, sawdust. Well, I hope it means I'm free of it.
How did you know we needed rescuing?
I waited in the pub. When you didn't show up, I got a funny feeling. So I sent a passing peeler in to check on you. When he didn't show up, I knew something was wrong. Plus, everyone kept breaking into song.
Ah, yes. That'll do it. We're very grateful, aren't we, Henry? Henry?
Oh, yes, of course. Much obliged. Sorry, I was watching the display. There goes my headline act. Fame's a funny thing, isn't it? We'll do anything to get it, but it's gone in a moment. Pretty, though.
Well, it's the firemen on their way. Perhaps they could do something.
Oh, I shouldn't worry. Stage fireworks. Mostly bang and smoke. Bad news if you're made of sawdust. But the new Regency is made of sterner stuff. Besides, before we left, I lowered the safety curtain.
So that's what it's for. I always wondered.
There's more important things in a fella's life than a singed backstage. Like you two. My friends. I'm truly sorry. I can never apologize to either of you enough.
On the contrary, it's I who owe you an apology.
I'm a woman, which means I ain't done nothing wrong ever. Come on, let's go and have a drink.
Capital idea. In a minute. I'm just enjoying the show.
I say, mister, can you smell something burning?
I do believe it's us, Mrs.
Oh, dear, dear.
Scorch is burning, made of sawdust, made of sawdust. Fire hazard, pour on water, Scorch is burning, made of sawdust, Fire hazard, pour on water,
It's no good, Wednesday. The game's up.
Is it really?
Your insane scheme for world domination ends here.
Let me summarize the situation, just for the purposes of clarity. You're alone on an alien world with no weapons and no backup. And you haven't managed to send any messages to your superiors who don't even know which planet you're actually on. Have I missed anything?
Well, I haven't eaten for 3 days.
My apologies. I'll have that read into the record of events. Any last words?
Surrender now and I'll guarantee you a fair trial.
You are a buffoon of the First Order. You there, move that body back behind the display. I'll deal with it later. Just at the moment, I have a world to change.
There we go, my dear. Let's get you cleaned up, shall we? Yes, that's better. I dare say this is the cleanest you've been in a while, judging by the amount of dirt ingrained in your skin.
Professor, are you in there?
Come on in, Henry. The door's unlocked.
Sorry, Professor. I didn't want to intrude on your personal privacy. Heard voices and guessed you had company. Oh, you're alone?
I was talking to this poor thing.
What poor thing? Stabbed me vitals. It's a young woman. And she's in a state of...
Death, yes. May I introduce Miss Nellie Arden, who was standing in the Strand when she was struck forcibly from behind by a brewer's dray.
My poor mother always told me that drink invariably leads to death, but I don't think she had that particular end in mind. Nothing suspicious about her manner of passing. No savage claw marks on the body, no tattoos with baleful meaning on her otherwise milk-white skin. No extra limbs hidden beneath her voluminous clothing.
Strange as it may seem, Jago, some people do actually still die ordinary, unsuspicious deaths.
I confess I find the thought curiously reassuring. Although when I go, I expect it to be in a manner that will confound the massed ranks of law enforcement and remain unexplained by generations yet to come. I say, Lightfoot, when it is finally my time to ring down the curtain and join the choir invisible, it will be you who does the... I can rely on you to...
Perform the duties of my office? If I'm still around, yes. In fact, I would consider it an honor.
That's reassuring. I just wouldn't want a stranger looking at me when I'm in a state of...
Death, yes. I have to say, though, that I've always assumed that when you go, I will either be a few seconds ahead or a few seconds behind you, and that our passing will leave no trace apart from a handful of ashes scattered on the breeze.
Not a pleasant image.
Not that I wish to be rude, Jago, but I am busy. What brings you here on this fine afternoon?
I was responding to a note from Inspector Quick. He asked me to meet him here.
This is a place of work, you know, not a conference room that anybody can use at their convenience.
Talking of conveniences, could I possibly...
Mr. Jago! Professor, are you in?
Oh, apparently it's open day at the mortuary. Come in, quick!
It's good to see you both here.
The Professor is keeping his hand in.
I'm sorry.
Conducting a post-mortem on some poor unfortunate girl. Nothing to do with our usual, or shall I say unusual, business.
The Southwark Police Station sent her to me. Not sure why. But I'm more than happy to take a look for them.
Actually, Professor, I had them send the body across. There's something a bit suspect about it.
I thought it was too good to be true.
What is it this time, Quick? Vampires? Werewolves? Vampire werewolves?
It's probably easier if I show you. Just pop outside with me for a moment.
Oh, welcome though it is to get a breath of fresh air. I confess I'm not entirely sure why we're here, Inspector. And I'm not exactly dressed for the streets.
Can either of you see anything strange?
Stranger than a police pathologist standing around in shirt sleeves and a blood-stained apron, you mean?
I say, what's going on over there?
It appears to be a group of loafers. Sightseers, maybe.
In Southwark? Even I couldn't get punters to buy tickets for that tour, Professor.
And this isn't the only group that's standing around on a street corner, apparently doing nothing. We've been getting a lot of reports of perfectly respectable members of the public just up and leaving their families and congregating at crossroads and in public parks. They just mill around, as far as we can tell, staring at other people, but not doing anything.
Well, nothing actually illegal there, surely?
Perhaps not, but you gentlemen will know as well as I do that apparently trivial events can soon escalate to something much stranger. Best to nip these things in the bud early, if you take my meaning.
Indeed we do, old chap. Indeed we do.
These gangs aren't actively rioting, but if anybody tries to interfere with them, then they will attack, defensive-like. We've tried to break them up and get the people to go back to the bosom of their families, but I've now got 8 constables and a sergeant with broken bones or concussion. I've also got a handful who have failed to turn up for duty over the past few days, and it's getting worse.
I don't want to worry you, but I think they may have clocked us.
Probably nothing to worry about, but let's get back inside.
So am I correct in guessing that this unfortunate creature on my slab was a member of one of these gangs?
That's right. How can you tell?
Well, she's obviously been out in the open for a while, judging by the state of her skin and her hair. I can tell by the soles of her feet that she's been walking outside barefoot as well. but the lack of calluses indicate that this is something new.
What else can you tell me?
Let's see. Rigor mortis has not yet set in. There's an unusual mobility in the joints, I notice. Look here. This elbow bends backwards, almost as far as it bends forwards.
Not unlike a lady contortionist I once knew.
And the same with the knees.
Ditto.
There's something odd about the face as well, and I come to examine her more closely. Do you see how small the eye sockets are? Is that the way she looked in life? Before she was lured into one of these wandering gangs?
I've seen pictures of the girl, and she appeared quite normal.
Yes. There's some swelling on the back of the head. The occipital process is larger than it ought to be, and there are 2 symmetrical depressions, one to either side.
And what does that mean when it's at home with its feet up?
I have no idea. This type of malformation is entirely new to me.
Mr. Jago, could you have a rummage through those clothes over there, see if there's anything that could tell us where she's been?
Why me?
Oh, I'm taking the missus out for dinner later, and I don't want to get my hands dirty.
Who would have thought that the long arm of the law had such sensitive hands on the end? I feel a bit like a pickpocket. Hello, what's this?
Let me see. It's a ticket. Mr. Wednesday's World of Weird Wonders. Admit 1.
I say, I've heard of that cove.
Mr. Wednesday? Can't say the name is familiar.
He's taken over the former Salvation Army Hall in Hoxton. Been there for about a fortnight. He's apparently had it partitioned off into lots of small rooms, and he's filled it full of exotic and unusual exhibits. You know the sort of thing. Unicorn horns, mermaids' tails, dragons' scales. Even claims to have the leg bone of a giant, which in my experience means he's got hold of an elephant's leg and has stripped it of flesh.
In your experience?
I thought about trying something similar myself once. It's harder than you think to get hold of an elephant's leg, especially one that's not still attached to the elephant.
How very enterprising. I must say, the public's love of the bizarre has always puzzled me.
If they knew what we knew, they wouldn't be so fascinated.
Indeed. So does this ticket actually mean anything? Or is it just the last place this poor girl visited?
The timing's interesting. Mr. Jago said that the exhibition opened a fortnight ago, and it's about then that the first gang started congregating.
I feel a sudden urge to do some undercover investigating. Is anyone with me on this?
You can't fool me, Henry. I suspect that you just want to check out a potential competitor on expenses. But count me in. I've not had a night out for a good long while now.
And might I suggest a female companion? Just to complete the disguise.
Who were you thinking of?
Oh, it's a proper treat, you 2 gentlemen taking me out.
Nonsense, Ellie. It's the least we can do. Especially after all we've been through recently.
It's not that often I get a chance to go out somewhere fun without it being part of some kind of investigation.
Yes, I know how you feel.
Did you see that group of roughs on the corner?
Hardly roughs, Henry. Their clothes were very well cut.
Yeah, but they were covered in dust.
Well, they've obviously been out in the open for a while, just milling around, as Inspector Quick said.
Roll up!
No.
Roll up, ladies and gentlemen! Feast your eyes on the kind of lavish spectacle that for centuries has been the exclusive preserve of the rich and powerful. See things that only the crowned heads of Europe have seen. Touch objects that only popes have touched.
Don't think much of his banter. Textbook stuff, if you ask me. No finesse.
Through these doors, ladies and gentlemen, you will find wonders aplenty. The globe beyond our shores is huge and largely unexplored. There are undiscovered marvels out there in the depths of the oceans and unnameable horrors on the tops of the mountains. At great personal risk, I have scoured the world and brought back the cream, the apex, the very acme of the items that I have found. And they are yours to see for the merest halfpenny.
See what I mean? Where's the apposite apportionment of alliteration?
I have an alliteration, sir. The largest specimen ever discovered. It was found near the source of the Nile. I lost 3 native bearers in killing it, and another 2 staffing it, but I present it for your edification and amusement inside. Can I tempt you and your beautiful daughter, and the man I take to be her grandfather, to purchase tickets and step inside?
The cheek of the man!
3 tickets, my good fella. Any discount for the elderly?
Look at that! It's a unicorn's horn! A real unicorn's horn!
More likely to be the horn of some poor antelope. I know the kind of tricks these people pull.
Actually, I think it's from a sea creature. A narwhal, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't care what you two say. I think it's a unicorn's horn, and that's what the sign says.
There are no such things as unicorns, my dear.
All the things you've seen, Professor, and you can tell me definitive-like that unicorns don't exist.
She's got you there, Lightfoot. One day London will be invaded by killer unicorns. And who'll be laughing then?
None of us, I dare say.
And over there! It's a pygmy!
Or a shaved monkey.
And more importantly, look over there.
What?
There's a space between those 2 displays. And look, there's something on the ground sticking out from behind the one on the left.
It's an ant!
No, it's a claw.
Quick, while there's a lull in passing trade. What on earth?
What is it?
Some kind of reptile, I would say.
But it's huge!
Easily the size of a man.
Is it one of the displays? Why ain't it out in the open, something like that, to clean up?
Maybe it's been damaged and it's awaiting repair. What is it, Lightfoot? Some kind of crocodile stuffed and wired up into a pose?
I fear not. The brain pan is far too big. As big as a human's. Bigger than yours, Jago.
Thank you for that, Professor.
And this isn't stuffing inside the skin. It's muscle and fat and bone.
Are you saying that this thing is...
Real? Yes, I am. And look, there's a wound in the chest. I think it was shot. And judging by the flexibility of the skin and the lack of obvious decomposition, I think that the shot was fired recently.
Corks. This is a bigger mystery than we thought.
Do you suppose there's a connection with the wandering gangs?
What, them group of knobs I've seen in the streets? I thought there was some sort of political rally.
Something more sinister than that, I fear.
I think I need to get this creature back to the mortuary and take a good look at it. Jacob, you and Ellie continue on here and look for anything that strikes you as suspicious.
What, you mean more suspicious than a man-sized lizard with a gunshot wound?
Exactly. There's a side door over here and some rolls of carpet. Give me a hand to wrap this thing up and I'll pull it outside.
You think a cab will stop for you?
I'll find a constable and tell him to fetch Inspector Quick.
Seen anything, Mr. Jago?
Nothing, apart from yet another reason for people not to visit the new Regency Theatre.
Do you reckon the Professor's got back yet?
Knowing his luck, he's trying to hitch a lift from passing hansoms while hoisting that carpet over his shoulder.
Oh, we should have given him an hand.
We got our own task, Eddie. What's that?
Make way, ladies and gentlemen, make way. I have such wonders to show you that your very souls will ignite with the excitement. Please, follow me for your very own glimpse of the latest, the greatest, the most incredible addition to my menagerie of magnificent marvels.
Oh, now he gets going with the alliteration.
What are you going to show us then, mister?
Come with me, beauteous maiden, and I shall reveal wonders the like of which will dwarf the pyramids and the hanging gardens of Babylon and force man to reappraise his own place in God's great universe.
I bet he says that to all the girls.
He's a confident one, you have to give him that.
He reminds me of P.T. Barnum.
Who?
Phineas T. Barnum. He's an American. He used to have a show very much like this. He would parade through it, sometimes proclaiming, "This way to the egress! Follow me to the egress!" The crowd would follow him, of course. He'd lead them to a large door and gesture them through. When they got to the other side, they found themselves outside the show on the street with no way back in.
Was that where he kept the egress?
No, my dear. Egress is Latin for the way out.
Oh. That seemed very funny to me.
Me neither. I spent years looking for ways to throw people into my establishments.
Draw near, for the nightly unveiling of Wednesday's Glimpses of the Unknown.
It's only a doorway to another room.
Shush!
But it is.
But look what's inside.
Within this room are devices that will allow you to actually observe other planes of existence. Watch as creatures unlike anything you have ever seen go about their daily lives. Marvel as waterfalls go on forever and mountains float in the air. And all for the expenditure of another halfpenny.
He's a canny one. Get the punters to pay to come in and get them to pay more for the good stuff. Can you see inside?
You've got eyes.
I'm at the wrong angle. Besides, that fella's head is in the way. Excuse me, sir. Can you just move your head? I say, sir, I'm talking to you.
Oi, that's not a bloke.
Sorry. Apologies, madam. The angle I was looking at, deceptive, you see. And that hat.
It's quite a large room, and it's filled with rows of metal things on stands. They look a bit like tills, but they got crank handles on the sides and goggles on the top that you can look through, so you're looking into the machine itself.
I've heard about this kind of thing. They have lots of pictures inside on a rotating spool and a lamp as well to illuminate them. And the pictures move when you spin the spool. Not a patch on a decent fire eater, if you ask me.
Gather round, ladies and gentlemen, and dig deep for that spare change in your pockets. Gentlemen, treat the ladies to a sight they will never be able to stop talking about. Ladies, importune your men to give you something that money can only buy tonight, and only here in Wednesday's World of Weird Wonders. May I present the Far-Seeing Room?
Oh, Mr. Jago, can I have a go?
Well, let's wait here a while and see what happens.
Oh, you're just saying that because you don't want to shut out an halfpenny.
Thank you for getting me here, Inspector.
He's an ugly blighter, no mistake.
Maybe to your eyes, but the proportions of the limbs are more like a man than a beast.
Look at those teeth. Fix them to a length of wood, and you can cut through iron.
But look at the musculature underpinning the tongue. I wouldn't be surprised if this creature could speak, if he so wanted. Now, let's have a look inside, shall we?
Oh, yeah, let's.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Lovely.
Who wants an evening at the theatre when they could be pulling the flesh off a vertically structured ribcage?
What's that?
Dried blood, Inspector.
No, not the blood. I can see the blood. I can see a lot of blood, and most of it hasn't dried. But what's that?
What do you... Oh, I see.
It's black, like powder.
I can see. Some sort of mould, perhaps?
Oh, I wouldn't touch it, Professor. Professor!
Inspector, I have spent my career rummaging through the innards of corpses. There is nothing that I haven't touched. In fact, it's possible to tell a lot from the feel of a bodily substance. Its texture, its organic composition, the speed of decay.
Please, I'm taking the wife out to dinner. In fact...
Yes. Go. You go. Have fun. Enjoy yourself. I'll be fine here.
Sorry about this, Professor. It's just...
I understand, Inspector. I'll let you know if I find anything tomorrow.
Oh, that's better.
I beg your pardon. Hello?
Oh, go on, Mr. Jago. Let me have a go.
Absolutely not. We have no idea what those machines are showing. It might be something distasteful, immoral.
Never bothered you before.
Maybe the professor's having an effect on me. Hang on. Do you see the expressions on the faces of those people coming out of the room?
I've seen people leaving the Red Tavern with that expression on their faces. It usually takes 5 or 6 pints of Brown and Mild to get there.
They look dazed.
Well, that's what I just said.
No, I mean, they stared into those machines, and whatever they saw made them like this, stunned.
Must be really immoral then.
Excuse me, sir. Could I trouble you to tell me what you saw in that far-viewer contraption?
What?
What strange sights and exotic environments did you find your peepers provoked by?
There were orange skies, I remember, and there were grass and trees, but they were blue, not green. And there were animals too, but I'd never seen anything like them before. Their legs were all strange, like they was walking backwards. And they had horns on their heads and big flat teeth, like dinner plates.
Ah, well, that's very clear. Thank you. I'm not sure that helps us very much. Let's follow him. Come on.
Honestly, it's only an halfpenny. I didn't miss it.
They're all going over there.
There's quite a group of them already.
And they've all got that look about them, that dead, uninterested look.
Watch out. There's another group coming down the road.
I think they're expecting to meet up with this group. Strange they're not saying anything. They're just standing and staring at each other like cattle.
No, listen.
Just like cattle.
See the ones at the side of the group? The ones that are just arrived?
What about them?
I think they're watching us.
They can't be. They're facing away from us.
Hey, look at them. Watch. I'm going to walk away. See what happens.
That's dashed odd.
Did you see?
I saw. I'm not sure what I saw.
They swung away to watch me.
But they were facing the other way.
I know. They're watching us out the back of their heads. Oh, be careful. I think we might have spooked them.
I didn't spook them. I've just been standing here. You're the one who had to move.
I think we ought to back off a bit.
It's all right. We're moving away. Look, we're no threat to you. Nice people. Friendly people. You don't want to hurt us.
Actually, Mr. J, I think they do.
Run, Ellie!
Is there someone there?
Don't bother trying to look for me. You won't see anything.
Why on earth not?
Because I'm not really there. I'm in your mind.
Oh, good Lord. It's finally happened. I'm cracking up.
Actually, you're not. Looking around, I have to say you have a fine, ordered mind. Not like some I've been in.
You've done this a lot, then. Ah, that black powder.
Absorbed through the skin, into the bloodstream, through the blood-brain barrier, and here I am, large as life, and twice as disturbing.
You've taken over my body for your own ends. I'm helpless.
Not so, not so. I'm here to ask for sanctuary.
Sanctuary? Whatever do you mean?
I am from... Well, let's just say I am from a long way away. Another world circling another star. My name is Ariok, and I'm an investigator, like you.
Not very much like me.
Physically dissimilar, perhaps. On my homeworld, we live in symbiosis with another race.
A race of lizards.
Exactly. They let us share their minds, and we in return give them a longer life and better health.
Symbiosis? How fascinating. And this sharing of a mind, is it really a matter of choice?
I wish I had time to explain further, but frankly, if I do not find another host body within the next half hour or so, then I will die.
I thought you already had.
You will have noticed that only a small amount of my physical self has transferred into your body. The rest is still on your mortuary slab. I am maintaining a fragile link between the bulk of me on the slab and the little fragment that is inside you.
I'm with you so far, but I warn you that I think this is some kind of trick.
No trick, Professor Lightfoot. I will, in a moment, leave your body and spill completely onto the table. What I want you to do then is to place your hand on me and allow me to move fully into you.
And if I don't?
Then I will be dead in a few minutes. Please, think carefully about the decision you make. And don't take too long. It's cold out there.
But apart from a desire not to see another human being come to harm, if I can help it, why should I cooperate?
Suffice it to say, at the moment, the future of your race is at risk. And I am here to help. Now quickly, time is short.
Will the transfer be forever?
Not if I can contact my superiors, and they can send another body for me. Now.
Ah. Hello? Are you there? Ariok? Good Lord. I don't know what to... Hello? Is there anyone? you look so innocuous. A little heap of dark powder there on the slab. Can you even hear me in that state? I could just hose you off the tiles now and wash you down the drain, and nobody would be any the wiser. But I would know. Oh, damn me for being so much of a good Samaritan. Steady hand, Lightfoot. Steady hand.
It's all right, Mr. Jago. I think we lost him.
Oh. I was always last in the cross-country races at school, you know. Of course, if the masters had taken the trouble to tell me that one day I'd be running away from a gang of mesmerized maniacs with bricks and poles, I might have done more training.
Mesmerized?
Just look at their faces. There's something wrong with them. Blank like a Saturday matinee audience. That's not normal behaviour.
You wait here. I'll go and check that the coast is clear.
I'm getting too old for this. Who am I fooling? I was always too old for this.
They're just milling around at the crossroads up ahead. I think the minute they lost sight of us, they just forgot us.
I wish my creditors would do the same.
I think we need to go and see Inspector quick.
I think I need to sit down.
Bless me.
Bless you indeed. Thank you, Professor. You're a brave and compassionate man.
You said that the future of my race was at risk. What did you mean?
I told you I'm an investigator. I'm tracking a criminal who dominates worlds by infiltrating the minds of susceptible natives and changing them into a different form, an alien one. This criminal has disguised himself as a human by the name of Mr. Wednesday.
I saw him. Unpleasant fellow.
I tracked him down, but he'd already converted more humans than I could deal with. There was a confrontation. I fought bravely and took several down with my bare hands, but I was shot and killed in a cowardly attack from behind. Well, Brontak was killed. That was his name. We were together for a long time. He was a bit of an old stick, as you might say, very focused on details, and didn't really know how to have fun. We got on well enough.
You're going to have to tell me everything.
I can see this is going to be a long night. I don't suppose there's any food around. Changing hosts always makes me hungry.
And then I biffed the closest one on the nose, sending him reeling back into his compatriots. While they were distracted, I grabbed hold of Ellie and carried her in my arms through the streets until, thinking on my feet as it were, I took refuge in an alleyway. The maddened mob ran right past, leaving us as safe as a bug in a rug.
Is that the way it happened, Miss Hickson?
Pretty much, Inspector.
Well, I'll just record it as you were chased and you escaped. If it's all the same to you, Mr. Jago.
If that's the kind of sloppy approach to factual accuracy that the Metropolitan Police prefer, then far be it from me to stop you.
I think you've established pretty conclusively that there's a connection between what's happening to these people and Wednesday's World of Weird Wonders.
Yeah, I'm dashed if I know what the connection is.
The Professor would know. He's an intelligent man.
And I'm not.
I think we'd all agree that you're more a man of action, Mr. Jago. I did send a note to the Professor asking him to join us here for a conference, but he hasn't arrived. Usually he's a stickler for punctuality.
He's probably completely engrossed in cutting up that dead lizard. It's the kind of evening he really enjoys.
And what's this one called?
This is a steak and ale pie.
And this one is a chicken pie, and this one is a steak and kidney pie, and this one is a mutton and vegetable pie. You humans are certainly inventive when it comes to food and drink.
Well, you did say you wanted to try them all.
On a new world, the first thing you do is to become acquainted with local customs and habits.
You still haven't told me why Mr. Wednesday is transforming these people into what sounds strangely like herd animals. That could be the key to defeating him.
It's a long story, Professor, and one that's difficult to tell on an empty stomach. Let's eat.
And then we will talk about Mr. Wednesday?
I promise. Now, what animals do the meat in these pies come from?
if I might ask?
Steak comes from cows, and mutton comes from sheep. They are both herbivorous creatures. Chicken comes from, well, chicken, which is a kind of bird. Oh, and there's pork, too, which comes from an omnivorous animal called a pig.
You seem to give your meat different names to distinguish it from the animal it comes from.
All right. We don't eat pig pies or cow steaks. I wonder why that is.
Squeamishness, I suspect.
It seems to me that it's all got something to do with those machines. The people who look into them get confused somehow.
Good thing you wouldn't let me look into one, Mr. Jago.
Ah, oh, yes. Yes, I was concerned for your welfare.
I've done some investigating of my own, and I've discovered that this Wednesday cove is attempting to get entrepreneurs around London to take some of his devilish machines in their establishments.
But that gives you your chance, doesn't it?
How do you mean?
Why don't Mr. Jago contact Mr. Wednesday and ask to rent some of his machines? That way, you get hold of one, take it apart and see what it does.
Good thinking, Miss Hickson.
Now, hold on a minute.
It's a perfect scheme. You have the ideal motive for wanting to rent some of Wednesday's far viewers. You have a fading theatre with low ticket sales, and you want to find a way to attract more people in.
I'll have you know that the new Regency Theatre is at a peak of popularity, Inspector. And furthermore...
It's a cover story, Mr. Jago. We all know it ain't true.
Oh, I see. Very well, then. Fetch me some paper and a pen, and I'll scrawl a quick note to the chap.
I must say, I find all these facts about your biology fascinating.
Boring, Professor, very boring. Tell me more about red and white wines. I notice the white ones aren't really white at all.
That's very true. How odd. but we were talking about you. Now, how long have you been tracking this Wednesday fellow?
Sometimes it feels like forever.
Let's get a bottle of champagne to go with the pies. Wait up! Over here!
No more for you, sir.
But we're just getting warmed up.
You've been talking to yourself for the past hour, and you've eaten more pies than a man should in one sitting. I've let you be, but I really think you've had enough.
Tell him that I've been ejected from better planets than this.
I don't think it's up to you to make that kind of judgment, my good fellow. Now, please fetch some champagne.
Sir, you're worrying my other patrons with all this talking to thin air. Now leave, or I'll have you thrown out.
Lightfoot, there are some more of your species over there. Why not ask them to join us?
What a good idea.
You want me to throw you out?
If you're worried about me talking to myself, then I'll talk to other people instead. Ladies, would you care to join me for some champagne?
All right, then, but behave yourselves.
Of course. What does the man take me for?
Oh, dearie, you're getting to the stage where you're going to need a ladder to get to those high notes. Mentor!
Excuse me, Mr. Jago?
The very same.
Mr. Henry Gordon Jago?
To distinguish me from all the other Henry Jagos around, yes. Oh, it's Mr. Wednesday, isn't it?
Indeed. I got your note. And I recognise you from earlier on. You were at Wednesday's World of Weird Wonders.
That's right. Doing some scouting, you see. Always on the lookout for good ideas, that's me. So, what are your terms?
Terms?
How much do you want for me to rent a couple of your far-seeing contraptions?
Contraptions. You didn't actually look inside one of the far-seers, did you?
It's not the effect on me that I'm interested in, it's the effect on the punters.
But you really ought to be able to describe to them what they will be seeing.
I employ a fire eater, but I have no intention of stuffing hot coals inside my mouth.
But I really do have to insist. Bring the device in.
Oh, you brought one along?
Call it a free sample.
They're both walking backwards. Why are they both walking backwards? They'll need eyes at the back of their heads if they want to avoid bumping into the desk. Oh, they do have eyes in the back of their heads, under all that hair. That hair that's growing down their necks and on their hands.
Forgive me, they aren't fully transformed yet. Maybe halfway.
What in heaven's name are they transforming into?
I was hoping you were going to ask me that. Take a look in the Farseer and find out.
No thanks.
It wasn't a request.
Wait up! I'll be needing that dessert trolley again.
Sir, I've already told you we're closing. There's nobody here but you.
But we've not finished yet.
We, sir? Your companions left some time ago. I think they realized you were spending more time talking to yourself than to them.
What? All of them? Gone?
Not me, I'm just getting started.
Come on, old chap. This place isn't as lively as it was earlier. Let's find a tavern that's still open.
Or, better still, one of these music halls that you've been talking about. I have a hankering to see some good old-fashioned earth entertainment.
I do know a little place, run by a friend of mine. Let's wander over and see what's on offer.
I will not look into that demonic device, that catastrophic contraption, that Machiavellian monstrosity.
Of course you will. And as soon as you do, your doubts will just fade away. You will be transformed.
Why me? I'm just a simple entrepreneur.
You are a very simple entrepreneur, Mr. Jago, but it was obvious back at the exhibition that you were asking questions and sneaking around where you shouldn't have been. And I noticed that the body of that cold-blooded investigator I shot has vanished. I presume you, or someone associated with you, removed it as evidence. No matter. Nothing in this world can stop me now.
But what's it all for? You're not going to get many customers coming back again if they're all under the fluence, and they won't exactly be in a position to recommend you to their friends. They're acting just like dumb animals.
You really have no idea, do you? They may seem like dumb animals to you, Mr. Jago, but on their home world, they covered the plains in their millions. The most successful species that evolution had ever produced there. They called themselves the kine. And they were intelligent. Not necessarily in a way that you might recognize, not intelligent in terms of technology, but they were philosophers. And they had a vast store of narratives which they passed on verbally from generation to generation. They had no concept of murder or theft. They always acted in support of one another. They were so protective, and their natural defenses were so good that all their natural predators just starved and died out.
You're speaking in the past tense, I note. What happened?
I happened. I discovered the planet. I bought it. I opened it up to hunting parties. You see, I was an entrepreneur too. And it only took a little while and, to be honest, some very impressive weaponry to wipe them out. All of them. The planet is empty now. The only place you can see those magnificent creatures is on the walls of the hunters. Stuffed.
And so you want to recreate them?
The cosmos should not be without these noble beasts. I have dedicated my life to overturning the arrogant mistake that I once made.
Dare I ask?
8 worlds, so far, have had their dominant species transformed into the kine. I know I will be stopped one day. The cosmos is a large place, with many vested interests, but I will keep going for as long as I can. And you know the best thing?
I dread to ask.
The inhabitants of each world I have transformed actually pay for the privilege. They hand across their hard-earned cash and stare straight into the machines that will, literally, change their lives, thanks to my eyeworms.
In a purely abstract sense, I have to say that a self-funding plan like that is manna to the ears of a man such as myself. I think we have a lot to talk about, Mr. Wednesday.
I think not. I've had this conversation with some slight variations 9 times now. It always ends the same way. Secure his arms and legs and fasten his face to the goggles on the far seer.
Oh, no, you don't! You blighters!
You idiots! He's ruined it! I might be able to salvage some of the components. Just get him out of here! Take him back to the exhibition! We'll use one of the machines there.
Hold on a moment. I'll have a word with the man at the ticket office and ask him to get hold of Henry. You'll get on with him.
The man in the ticket office?
No! Henry!
Professor, thank the Lord I found you.
What's happened, Quick?
Miss Higson suggested a plot to flush Mr. Wednesday out using Mr. Jago as bait. But I think the villain's got ahead of us. Mr. Jago's not in his office, and there's signs of a struggle.
Why would Henry do such a stupid thing?
He did it because you weren't there to talk him out of it.
I'd be such a fool, wasting time when there was work to be done. Where do you think Wednesday's taken him?
Back to his exhibition, I'll warrant. There's bits of one of them machines scattered around the office. I think it's got something to do with them.
Well, I'll go straight there. You round up as many policemen as you can and join me there.
Well, you can't go there alone, Professor. It's madness.
Don't worry, Inspector. I won't be alone. Now go. You were distracted, weren't you?
We had to make plans, exchange information. You can't move on a man like Wednesday without having all the facts at your disposal.
But all you wanted to know about was pies and wines and music halls.
I'm in a new body on a new world. I have to get my bearings.
Why, my friend has put himself in danger.
You don't understand, Lightfoot. He killed me. The man shot me through the heart. I died. Don't you understand that? Brontak died. And because he was my host, I died with him.
And you're scared.
Wouldn't you be? I'm not exactly what you might call brave. Brontak was the brave one. I was more like an eager spectator, urging him on from the sidelines. And now he's dead. And yes, I'm scared. I won't let you go back in there, Lightfoot. I have the power to stop you.
How long could you keep me here, rooted to the spot?
I don't have to. I have access to your mind. I can erase all the memories of the conversation you just had with that policeman. I can do that.
If you had died, and Brontak had lived, what would he have done?
He would have avenged me, of course. Yes, damn you, Lightfoot. I thought you were a pushover.
Let's go and prove that neither you, nor me, nor Henry, nor this entire world are pushovers.
But there's somewhere we need to go first.
Clear the room of these humans. I want to concentrate on this one. We can always round them up later. Then stand guard outside. I don't want to be interrupted. No, you two stay behind and hold this one. I hate silence. It reminds me too much of that world after the kine had all died out. There was nothing left to make any noise. The whole ecosystem depended on their existence.
It won't be the same, you know.
What won't?
This world, once you've finished with it. There will still be towns and cities and railways, you know, even if they aren't used anymore.
They will decay with time. Give it long enough, and I guarantee there will be nothing left of this civilization. Nothing, apart from the kine roaming in their millions across the plains and throughout the forests.
And will that make you happy?
This isn't about me, Mr. Jago.
I think you deceive yourself. I know the signs. I deceive myself all the time. This is all about you.
Strap him to the nearest machine.
May I ask a question?
If it delays what happens to you, no. If I can answer it in parallel, then yes.
Why are these chaps all facing the wrong way?
It's a peculiarity of anatomy. The eye worms in the images take the easiest route to transforming the body of whatever creature they have to work with. And for some reason, it's easier to reverse the human body than to change all of the joints over. Don't ask me. I'm an entrepreneur, not an exobiologist. Now, if we're all ready...
I'm not.
You don't get a vote. Neither do they. It's a one-man, one-vote system. And I'm the one man.
There's a whole herd of them milling around. I can't see how we can get past them.
I have a couple of ideas.
I'm open to any suggestions, unless they involve leaving.
In that case, I have only one suggestion. How's your singing voice?
I've been told I have a pleasant baritone. Why?
The creatures that these humans are transforming into are called the kine. I've studied them, and I know there's a particular call they use to signal that one of them has found a water hole. The rest will automatically follow that call on the basis that there's safety in numbers. if we can replicate it using your vocal cords...
Then I would be amazed. But it's worth a try. We'll need to move away, but give ourselves a route back.
Onward the motley, whatever that means.
Careful. I'll have a black eye in the morning.
Mr. Jago, in a few days that'll be the back of your head and nobody will see it.
And you expect that to mollify me?
Tighten that strap.
Oh.
Yes, that's right. I don't want him to be able to move a muscle. If I could strap down your tongue as well, believe me, I would. Now, take a good long look, Mr. Jago. Look at the world of the kind as it used to be. As it will be again.
Is Johnny lifelike? It's like I'm really there. It's like I'm standing amongst them. One of them.
What the hell was that? Come back here, you! Come back!
That's my friend and colleague coming to rescue me. I knew he would.
There won't be anything left of you to rescue.
Look! It worked! They're all leaving.
Then we'll need to get in while we can. You do the walking, Professor, and I'll do the talking.
Release him immediately, Wednesday.
You're the man who was here with Jago earlier.
I'm also the investigator who has been following you from planet to planet.
A symbiote. You should have died with your host. Still, I can always kill you again.
Not so. Not when I have this.
That weapon isn't from this planet.
I retrieved it from my ship. Now, turn that infernal machine off.
Very well. It's too late. The eye worms have found their way into his brain. They will have already started their work.
Put your hand on his neck.
What?
Put your hand on his neck, now.
Very well. But why?
If I can transfer a small amount of myself into his bloodstream and then into his brain, I can remove the eye worms. They're just aggressive memories, and I told you what I can do with memories.
This is all very moving, but...
Lightfoot, stay still, old man. I need to get you free. And you, stay where you are, or I'll incinerate you where you stand.
You tell him, George.
Actually, I'm not sure that was even me.
Well, it certainly wasn't me. I'm far too busy hunting down and eradicating these eye worms.
No, I can't let this happen. I won't be taken into custody like a common criminal. I am the savior of the kind.
Professor, watch out!
He's heading for one of the machines. He's accelerated the process. He'll become a kind in an instant.
His body couldn't take the strain of such a rapid transformation.
All the cells have ruptured.
Not much left for an autopsy.
Professor Lightfoot! Mr. Jago!
Hang on, Inspector. We're coming out. There's nothing to worry about. Apart from the cleaning up.
You two, get in there quickly and secure the scene.
Actually, Inspector, I wouldn't. Not if you don't want them off with nightmares for the next 6 months.
I'll take your word on that, Mr. Jago. Oi, stand down. Just guard the door. What's up with the Professor over there? Doesn't he want to associate with us mere mortals?
Well, I'm not sure. I think something's got into him, but I don't know what it is.
So what happened in there, Mr. Jago?
It's not over, is it?
There are still a lot of humans who are transforming into kind.
We have to do something. Surely there must be some way to help them.
I may be in your mind, Lightfoot, but you are in my mind as well. You know the answer to that already.
Set up a standpipe in some park in London. Use that call of yours to lure the transforming humans to the park. Let them drink, not knowing
that a small part of me will be in each mouthful of water they take, and that I will begin to root out those eye worms and the memories they leave behind. Give it a few weeks, and I can have them back to normal.
But at what cost?
Breaking myself into many pieces is too damaging. I can never reassemble.
And you would do that? For us?
I made mistakes, George Lightfoot. Several times I held Brontak back when he could have caught Wednesday and stopped him. I held him back because I was scared. I need to atone for that somehow. I've been moving from house to house for too long. And for what reason? Survival. Just for the sake of it, with no progress, no meaning. It's time to call it a day.
I will miss you.
But you won't forget me. That is enough.
You're a good man, Investigator Harryok.
No, I'm not. But I do have a good host.
Enter.
Henry, I was hoping I'd find you here.
Where else would I be, Professor? I'm like a hermit crab in its shell. This is where I am, and this is where I will always be.
My medical diagnosis, if you want it, is that you haven't quite recovered from your experiences strapped to that fiendish machine.
I feel as if I was afforded a glimpse of paradise. Then it was snatched away from me. Quite right, too. Otherwise I would have ended up like those poor backwards creatures. Have they all recovered, Professor?
With surprisingly few after effects, considering. And Inspector Quick has supervised the destruction of the entire stock of machines.
Shame. I quite fancied being able to round up an audience with nothing but a sheepdog and just herd them right into the theatre.
Steady! Actually, Henry, I was wondering if you were free tonight. I thought we might have dinner. Just the two of us.
It's not like you to initiate a social invitation. What's on your mind, Professor?
There's nothing on my mind, Henry. Nothing at all.
It was that big, I tell you.
How big?
That big.
Blimey, it's got bigger.
It was long as a man, I swear, and glowing.
Glowing too, was it?
It were all lit up like it was on fire. Unnatural it was.
I'd say. Jellyfish. That's what you saw.
It weren't no jellyfish. I know what a jellyfish looks like. And it weren't no eel neither. It were a fish. The biggest fish I ever did see. And it were glowing green. God's honest truth.
I've been sailing this river for nigh on 30 years, boy. I've seen things you wouldn't credit. I've seen big fish, I've seen giant squid, I even saw a whale once, all right here on the Thames. But I tell you, I never seen a fish lit up like a candle.
But I saw what I... What was that?
Something hit us. Something hit the stern.
Did you hear that?
Take the wheel, boy. Give me that lamp.
All right, Skip.
Keep her steady. I'll go take a look.
Get away! You devil!
Skipper! Captain Derry! Skip! Skipper! Oh, you looks like you spotted a ghost.
I spotted something, all right. What it was, I couldn't say.
You're shaking.
It came from me. Took a ruddy great lump out of the stone. In all my days, I never seen.
Your hands. What's that on your hands?
Green muck. It was all over the stone. It's everywhere.
You're covered in it. It's glowing, Skipper.
The Red Tavern.
Yes. That's where we are. How much have you had to drink?
I was proposing a toast, Lightfoot.
Oh, well, in that case, the Red Tavern.
A warm welcome, convivial company, and the brightest bar staff in the whole Ballet Borough. Not to mention a more than passable HQ when there's a flap on.
Oh, indeed.
Strikes me we're very lucky to have an establishment like this for a base of operations. I doubt any other crime-fighting partnerships are as fortunate.
Other crime-fighting partnerships?
Holmes and Watson, for instance. Stuck in those rented rooms of his. He has tea on tap, courtesy of his long-suffering landlady, but that's about it. Don't know why Conan Doyle doesn't let them nip down the boozer once in a while.
It's a fair point. And if I ever fail to appreciate the tavern's qualities in future, I shall endeavour to remember those worse off than ourselves.
There you are, Professor. Mr. Jago.
Thank you, my dear.
Very refreshing. Think they must have moved on to a new barrel. Truth be told, that last pint was more suited to sprinkling on a fish supper.
I'm sorry?
It was vinegary, Lightfoot. Off.
Very droll.
Did you say something about a fish back then?
Beg your pardon? Oh, I might have said something about a fish supper.
Oh, all right. I thought you might have been talking about that monster down the Thames.
Oh, no, that wasn't it. I was just making an illusion.
Oh, it ain't no illusion, mate. I seen it myself. Out on the barge I was. Must have been 10 foot long if it were an inch.
You mistake me,
Maybe even 20. With the body of a whale and the head of a pike. All teeth and that.
Cripes.
But that weren't the worst of it. It was glowing.
Was it really? Well, now if you...
Glowing like a guttering gas lamp. Only underwater. Core is right. Eerie it was.
I'll bet.
No, I ain't the only one. Some say it's the devil himself. Come down to earth in the form of a fish. And for what cunning purpose, no one knows.
Oh, cunning indeed. Anyway, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, yeah. Of course. Nice to speak to you.
The conversations in here grow ever more bizarre. I must confess I have no idea what the fellow was talking about.
It's the Terror of the Thames, Professor.
The what?
That's what they call it in the Gazette anyway.
Are they? The Pictorial Review have gone with a similarly alliterative Thames Titan.
Titan?
On account of its size. It's a whopper.
Yes, but a whopping what?
Fish, Lightfoot. A piscine pariah of prodigious proportions. It's terrorising our city's river dwellers as we speak.
So you've heard all about the monster, Mr. Jago?
I certainly have, my dear. In fact, our regular Saturday night songstress has knocked up a rather witty little ditty on that very theme. Very topical she is. I'd sing you a few bars, but I don't know if I could do it justice.
Then probably best not to try, old chap. You don't give credence to these tales, surely?
It's been seen by a bally lot of people, you know. All those river workers, and half the regulars in here.
Exactly. Fishermen and inebriates. Neither group exactly renowned for the reliability of their reports.
Well, if you put it like that. It may all be moot, of course. We'll probably never know for sure. Not unless someone catches the thing.
Beautiful as a butterfly and proud as a queen was pretty little Patsy Perkins of Paddington Green. Oi! That's right, it's Patsy, you cold-brained little sneaks. This is her patch and your nosy. From here down to Neckinger Wharf. Now walk your chokes. You'll get a nice look at the back of my hand if you don't clear off. And have a boot up the backside for good measure. Off with you! Rah! Saucy little beggars. Now then, Patsy, what's old Father Thames left for you today? What's this? A shoe? Might be good for something, I suppose. Cigarette box. Water ain't been too kind to it, though. What else? Breeches? Ooh, look at that, Patsy. Savile Row. Wonder which gent's walking around London with no trousers on. Pipe. A pair of spectacles. Let's try 'em on, Patsy. Can't see nothing. Let's see what's over there by the bridge. Oh, an halfpenny. And, cool. What's that stink? It's enough to make a cow call fiscus up. Looks alive. It's a fish. A big fish. Dead all right. I don't mind. Must be the biggest fish I ever did see. 10 foot, I reckon. Funny colour and all.
Not long dead, though. I reckons I could earn a pretty penny from this. It'd look nice on someone's wall. A gentleman, that's it. Stuffed and mounted on a gentleman's wall. This is it, Patsy. This is your ticket to fame and fortune. Now, it just needs to work out how to move a blooming thing. Right then. Heave! Oh, for goodness sake, you give me it back! Ain't you heard of finders keepers?
Madam, please calm down.
Did you tell me to keep calm, you thieving git?
Good afternoon, Inspector Quick.
Afternoon, Professor Lightfoot.
Oi, you! Clear off! I was here first!
Oh, I'm sorry, madam. I was only greeting my colleague.
Colleague? Who are you then? Are you in charge here?
Me? Oh, good heavens, no. I'm merely the resident pathologist. Professor George Lightfoot. At your service.
Didn't think you looked like a rozzer. You're too much of a gent. Not like this thieving basket.
Will you stop saying that? I could have you for libel. No, slander. Which one is it, Professor?
Slander. Assuming it's not true.
Well, of course it's not true.
Anyways, I'm Patsy.
Patsy.
Yeah, Patsy. And this Chisley's had away with me bleeding fish.
If you'll just let me explain.
Don't try and deny it. I've got witnesses.
I wasn't going to.
Did you say something about a fish?
My fish. He's nicked it.
Inspector Quick stole your fish.
Confiscated.
Don't you get clever with me, you and your words.
Very well. He confiscated your fish?
Yeah, but it ain't any old fish, see? It's the Thames Titan.
The monster?
The monster. And I found it.
Is this true?
Yeah, but...
Cool, don't no one have no trust no more.
If I could just get a word in.
Go on then.
As far as I can ascertain, Patsy here discovered the remains of the creature popularly known as the Thames Monster. It had been washed up on the shore somewhere in the vicinity of Neckinger Wharf.
Ah. Well, while I can't entirely understand her determination to stake a claim on the thing, surely it's not a matter for the law.
Oh, but it is. We've had to impound said fish due to it having been found to contain evidence relating to a crime. A serious crime.
The fish? Is evidence in a crime?
No, it contained evidence.
You still going on about that hand?
And what?
When they cut open the fish to fillet the blasted thing, in among all the guts and whatnot, they found a hand.
A human
hand. Severed at the wrist. So, unfortunately for Patsy here, her fish is now a vital part of a murder investigation.
Goodness. And was there anything unusual about this hand?
Apart from being inside a giant fish, you mean?
It was holding a pocket watch.
A pocket watch?
Yeah, a pocket watch. Nice one too.
You didn't mention that.
I didn't want you to half-inch it like you did the fish, did I?
Oh, I do think you ought to hand it over. You can trust the inspector.
Oh, all right then. But if he don't give it back, I'll swing for him.
Good Lord. Look at this. An inscription.
Oh, yeah.
It's not entirely clear. There's still some rather unpleasant residue stuck to the watch. But I think it's a name.
I'll get it cleaned up. Crikey, Professor. That's a clue and a half.
Do I get a reward?
What a haven this place is. Best booze this side of the Beamish Brothers brewhouse.
Really? I'm sure the last time we were here you were complaining about the beer.
Never in this world. Must have been a different H.G. Jago. Oh. Ellie, a refresher if you'll be so kind. It's getting on. Isn't our informant a trifle overdue?
Not entirely unexpected. And she's not exactly an informant. On the contrary, I think she would rather the entire matter had never come to the attention of the police.
Has a fractious relationship with Sir Robert's finest, does she?
Let's just say Inspector Quick was mightily relieved when I volunteered to take the case off his hands.
Oh, there you are, gents. Can I get you anything else?
Well, we will immediately have company, but I don't as yet know our guest's beverage of choice. Lightfoot?
If I had to guess, I'd say gin. She has a certain Hogarthian quality to her. I doubt she'd be all that fussy.
Excuse me.
This her?
Sounds like it.
Evening, Professor Lightfoot.
So you must be...
Delighted to meet you, madam. Henry Gordon Jago.
There's 3 names.
Eh? Oh, well...
What do you want 3 names for? I get by all right with just the one. Patsy.
Well, perhaps one would suffice in your line of work. But in the theatrical trade, where I make my living, the more monikers, the merrier.
The what?
I mean to say, you'd never get by in the halls just going on as Patsy. You'd have to be, I don't know, Patsy Potter, the Princess of Patter, that sort of thing. Depends on the nature of the ton.
Oh, you've lost me.
Perhaps we should get on with the business.
Indeed. I understand from my friend here that you discovered the colossal carcass of the creature commonly called the Thames Monster.
That's right. Down by Neckinger Wolf.
When you say you found the beast, had you been seeking it out?
Nah, not specifically. Just a lying there on the beach it was, but it was on my patch.
Your patch?
Yeah. You've heard of mudlarks, ain't ya?
I'm aware of the generous. They're beachcombers, aren't they?
Indeed they are. Scavengers of sea-surrendered scrap. Fanatical foragers of flotsam and jetsam.
And that's your occupation, is it, Patsy?
Yeah, and it don't pay too bad either. How do you think I'll keep myself in this style, eh?
I genuinely hadn't given it any thought.
So, having laid claim to this maritime monstrosity, what did you intend to do with it?
Stuff it.
Pardon?
Stuff it and sell it to the highest bidder. Would have made a pretty packet, I reckon. The taxi what's-it bloke said he'd never stuffed anything so big in all his puff. Reckoned he was going to have to get another 1/2 weight of sawdust in.
And were you present when the filleting took place?
Yeah, didn't want to miss that. He cut it open and all this horrible muck fell out.
Muck? The innards, you mean?
Nah, not that. I don't mind a bit of guts. This stuff was weird. Bright green it was, luminous. But they could have scraped it off, no one would have known.
Say, the rumours said the bally thing was glowing. I wonder what that's all about.
And then, of course, he found the hand. Corey had a right turn when that popped out. Turned as white as a sheet, he did.
According to Inspector Quick, the precise inscription on the watch was Henry Warson, London. And there's only one person of that name in town.
That's handy.
Was that supposed to be a joke?
No, complete accident.
Then what do you say, Henry? Shall we set ourselves to solve the mystery of the unfortunate Mr. Warson?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Thanks to the inspector's researches, I have his address here. Are you ready?
No time like the proverbial present. Well, goodbye, Patsy. Delightful meeting you.
I'm coming too.
Oh.
Are you sure?
Sooner you sorts this business out, sooner I gets me fish back. That's how I see it. So let's get a shift on.
This is the place.
Looks a respectable sort of gaff.
He seems to have been a respectable sort of man. One of the richest merchants in East London, I gather.
But there are always secrets, what? Behind even the most respectable front doors.
It's highly likely that Warson was acquainted with his killer. I'm sure half an hour with those who knew him best will supply a more than sufficient list of suspects.
Sir?
George Lightwood, I'm here on police business. We wondered if we could talk to you about your late employer, Mr. Warson.
Of course. Come in, gentlemen. Madam?
Sir?
Probably best to let us do the talking, Patsy. There's an art to this sort of thing.
Right, you are. I'll stay out here then.
So Mr. Warson had been missing for 2 weeks before the unfortunate discovery was made.
Yes, sir. We was all terribly worried about him.
Must have been frightful for the family.
He wasn't blessed with any relations, sir. I meant the staff.
The household staff?
Yes, sir. And all his employees, they was worried too. Everyone in the neighbourhood was, to be honest. People was always popping in and saying what a worry it was.
What was he like, miss?
He was just a lovely man. The best employer I ever had.
I'm sure he was. But did everyone share your view of him?
Oh, yes, sir. Everyone loved him. It weren't just my view. The staff thought the same.
The household staff?
And all his employees.
Everyone in
The neighbourhood, yes, I remember.
Oh, it sounds a model citizen.
That's a good way to describe him, sir.
So you're not aware that Mr. Warson had any enemies?
Enemies? Good Lord, sir, no indeed.
No business rivals?
He was 20 years the head of the guild, sir. Voted back in time and again by his admiring peers.
Any debilitating debts?
No, sir. He didn't hold with credit.
Vicarious vices?
He was chair of the local temperance league.
Romantic rapprochement? Jilted lovers? Cuckolded husbands?
He was a confirmed bachelor.
Right. Lightfoot?
My dear, we all understand that no one likes to speak ill of the dead. But in this case, I really must encourage you to try.
Sir?
He means, was there nothing wrong with the blessed man at all?
No, sir. I mean, if I had to fault him...
Yes?
He was always giving to the poor, sir. Always. Couldn't stop himself. Got a bit embarrassing at times. So generous.
I see. Well, miss, thanks for your time. It's been, most, yes.
How'd it go?
Bit of a dead end, to be honest.
Shame.
It seems the world has lost one of its shining stars in Henry Warson. A gentleman among gentlemen. Wish I'd known him.
Do you?
Not really.
Is it much further? Smells something fierce down here.
What do you expect? You get used to it.
You sure this is the way? It all looks the same.
Oh, this is the way. I've worked in the sewers for 30 years. I know every inch of it.
How big are they?
1,300 miles.
1,300 miles?
1,300 miles, 730,000 yards of concrete, 318 million bricks. The greatest engineering feat of our age. Still stings, though. There he is. There's your dead tosser.
Tosser?
Scavenger. They come down here and search the sewers for valuables.
And you say you found him this morning?
Yeah, about an hour ago. Clogging up the water flow he was. Bit of a mess, ain't it?
My God. Who or what could have done this? It looks like it's been torn almost in two.
Good morning, Inspector. You wanted to see me?
Yes, Professor. We had a body turn up yesterday, down in the sewers. Scavenger, apparently.
I ain't gonna cause any trouble.
Oh, no. That's not...
I'm afraid so.
Get out of my bleeding way.
You don't have to come in with us, you know. In fact, I'm not at all sure you're allowed in Lightfoot's mortuary.
I said I weren't letting you two out of my sight, and I ain't.
Good morning, Inspector. You know Patsy, I believe?
What you got under that sheet? A stiff?
Yeah, that's right. Found him last night, down Bermondsey way.
Bermondsey? Isn't that also where Patsy's fish ended its days?
Yes, it is.
Ooh, yummy. Oh, what a mess. Has his throat been cut?
Yes, among other things. But it's not a clean cut. Not the sort you'd get with a razor or even a sharp knife. Look.
I'd rather not.
Get out of the way, Dave. Stop blocking the view for those of us what can cope with a bit of gore.
You see? A very jagged wound.
Gore, not half.
See the way the flesh is rucked up at one end of the cut?
Yeah.
It suggests to me that the wound was inflicted by an implement, pointed, but not especially sharp, being dragged across the throat, like so.
Oh, mercy.
But what kind of implement exactly? A shooting stick? A bradawl?
An hook?
A hook? Yes, could be.
An hook for sure. I know who done that. It's only one way a body gets ripped up like that.
How?
Who?
Oh, Jeremiah. Jeremiah Castle.
Here, my dear. A small libation to soothe the nerves.
And another to loosen the tongue, perhaps?
Landlord, another.
And make it large one.
Who is Jeremiah Castle, Patsy?
Jeremiah Castle. 30 years ago, you'd have turned white at the mention of his name. Old Hooky, they used to call him, set to his face.
No?
Oh, no. Not if you wanted to keep yours.
Ah.
children round these parts was told stories about him. If you weren't good, then Jeremiah Castle would come and get you with his big hook for an hand. He'd slice you from neck to navel. You see, Jeremiah Castle was the king of Jacob's Island.
Jacob's Island?
It was a rookery east of St Saviour's Docks. A wretched hive of slums and villainy.
Sounds delightful.
It was a rotten, stinking place, home to thieves and cutthroats and worse. A man could disappear on Jacob's Island.
The police rarely ventured there, but I did on one occasion. It was a most extraordinary place, Henry. A rabbit warren of waterways spanned by rickety wooden bridges. The Venice of trains, some called it.
Very poetic.
Yeah, Jacob's Island. That's where I met him. My Jeremiah.
Your Jeremiah?
I was pretty back then, you see. Proper beauty. I was companion to a well-to-do gentleman called Montague Fitch. A gambler he was, and his love of the dice had brought him to Jacob's Island and the table of Jeremiah Castle. Liked to play for high stakes, Monty did, but he didn't realise how high.
I win.
Another game, please, Mr. Castle. Give me the chance of winning back my money. Please, sir, I beg of you.
I've taken all your money. I've taken your watch. I've taken your fancy rings. What else can you give me?
A promissory note?
No.
I'm good for it, I swear.
I said no.
But I don't have anything else.
I want the girl.
Oh, me?
But she's not mine to give, sir.
Well, that's what I want.
The girl, then.
Monty? Monty, what are you doing? No, Monty!
4. And 2 5s. 14.
Good, Mr. Finch, good. My turn. 4 and 5 and 6. 15. Bad luck.
Montague, you can't do it.
It's done. It's too late. Now hold your tongue, woman.
Monty?
Of course. You can win her back.
What with? You've taken everything.
Not everything.
What is it you want?
I'll take your finger.
What?
Win, and you get the girl. Lose, and I take a finger. We'll start with the little one.
But I don't want the girl. You can have her.
Sit down. No one leaves my table, not till I say so. Not till I say the game's over. And it's not over yet, Mr. Fitch.
No, please.
I explained the rules, did I not? We play for high stakes here, the highest.
But I've given you everything.
You've given me nothing. Your money, your rings, your watch, none of it means nothing to you. You gave away your girl like a trinket, a bauble. No, I want something precious, something valuable.
Not my finger, please.
You think you can come here to Jacob's Island, to my house, to my table, without paying a price? Everyone pays a price. Now sit down and play!
They played. They played into the night. Sometimes Montague won, sometimes he lost. At the end of the night, Castle sent him home in a sorry old state as a warning not to come to Jacob's Island. But Monty was the lucky one. I had to stay.
With Castle? For how long?
For 10 years, I was his wife, his queen. The queen of Jacob's Island. Well, or one of them anyways.
The brute.
Oh, I saw far, far worse things than I saw that first night. The island was a brutal, wild place. But as long as I kept close to Jeremiah and kept his favour, I was safe. So that's how it went. Then one day, a silly young gentleman called Cuthbert Puddlewack came onto the island. He was a gambler like my Montague, but he wasn't so lucky.
Lucky?
Montague got to leave Jacob's Island. Cuthbert didn't. But what no one realised was Cuthbert was the son of Percy Puddlewack.
Not Percy Puddlewack, purveyor of Puddlewack pork pies. The princeliest pies and the primest pork. That's the Puddlewack promise.
Exactly. Puddlewack put a price on Castle's head. £500. And sure enough, Jacob's Island turned on him, grassed him up. The police cornered him in his den and he was strung up down at Neckinger Wharf.
And you were free of him?
Free? Oh, I was free, all right. We all was. After that, the police cleared us off the island and razed it to the ground. It wasn't much, but it was our own.
It's all warehouses and factories now. Jacob's Island is long gone.
But he's not, is he? He's come back for me. That's what it is. To think he could have been there yesterday morning watching me.
Been where?
Neckinger Wharf, where I found the fish. That's where he was hung, you see.
Was it indeed? Ah. I smell
something fishy.
An improbable coincidence. What say we visit Neckinger Wharf then?
I'm coming too. You need some local knowledge.
Very well then. Jago and Lightfoot and Patsy on the trail.
So, all this used to be Jacob's Island, did it?
As far as the eye can see. As Patsy said, it was cleared and the waterways filled in back in the 50s.
I do miss it. People were so friendly. In and out of each other's houses all day long. Apart from the smell and the filth and the thieving and the cholera, it was really lovely.
A great loss to our fair city, I'm sure.
And then this peculiar promontory must be Neckinger Wharf. Funny name. Any ideas as to its provenance, Professor?
Well, as there used to be a gibbet here, I assume it drew its name from the Devil's Neckinger. Slang for a noose.
What an appallingly apt appellation.
That's where the old galleys were, where the factory is now. That's why they strung old Jeremiah up.
I suppose you're quite sure that he was killed by the hangman's job?
Well, if he weren't dead when they cut him down, it won't have done him much good when they slung him in the Thames afterwards.
Rather an unceremonious end, even for a wrong un like him.
Far as I know, he's been at the bottom of the Thames these 30 years keeping the fishes company.
Interesting. So, in recent days, the Thames has apparently disgorged both a mutant fish and a long-dead criminal. So, where exactly is your patch, Patsy?
Oh, that's mine. From the shad steps down to the back of the Lamb and Flag.
And the fish? Whereabouts on this sorry stretch of sand was it situate?
About there, I reckon.
Near that sewer outlet? I see. Is the wharf itself busy as a rule? It seems absolutely deserted today.
Not nowadays. Used to be, but I ain't had no business for a good few years now.
So most of the activity in the area centres on this manufactory?
I suppose, but there ain't much going on in there either. I don't hardly ever see anyone go in or come out. Beats me how they keep going.
Gride and Sons Tannery. Is that where the smell's coming from? Doesn't half honk.
Tanneries do. It's not a profession for the faint of heart, or the delicate of nose.
Oh, I knew that. I spent my formative years downwind of one. Rotten eggs, I seem to remember. But this one takes the biscuit. As nasty niffs go, I doubt I've sniffed a whiffier.
He's right. It's enough to make a pig puke.
Well, shall we pay Mr. Gride a visit?
No lights on. Hello? Anyone home?
Doesn't seem to be a soul. But at the same time, it's clearly not been abandoned. How strange.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Oh, corpse. Ooh, you did make me jump.
Oh, lummy. I won't want to wake up next to that of a morning.
You can't say that.
Oh, you mean my face? Extensive burns, sustained in an industrial accident. I'm told they cover in excess of 2/3 of my body. The white heat of technological progress has its casualties.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
Me too.
And we're sorry to have to make such an unorthodox entry into your factory. I take it we have the pleasure of addressing Mr. Gride.
Indeed. Mulberry Gride. May I inquire as to what you're doing here?
My name is George Lightfoot. My friends are Patsy and Henry Gordon Jago. Mr. Jago and I are connected to the police.
Ah, I see. Then how can I help?
Have you ever come across Mr. Henry Warson?
Henry who? Warson? No, never heard of him. Why should I have?
He is, or was, a merchant. And he was last seen in this area. We thought you might have done business with him at some point.
Was a merchant, did you say? What is he now?
Fish food!
What is this woman talking about?
And what Patsy means is that Mr. Warson has recently suffered an unfortunate accident. An accident that rendered him dead. Part of him was found during the filleting of a fulsome fish not far from your fine factory.
A dead man in a fish? What are you talking about?
It's true, I found it.
Yes, Patsy found it.
You say you're with the police. May I see your identification?
Our relationship with Her Majesty's Constabulary is on an advisory basis.
Officially, unofficial.
I see. Mr. Dent?
Right, he's a big lad.
Show these people out, would you?
No, there's no need for that.
No, oh, it's all right. We're leaving.
Get off him, you big blatant bully.
Have you ever considered a career on the stage? I can see all manner of avenues for a fellow of your physical fortitude. Do my shoulders look all right to you? Not at a funny angle at all.
No more than usual.
It's true. That fella had a grip on him. Hands like steam hammers.
Odd that one of Gride's few staff seemed to double as a bodyguard. Almost as though he was expecting trouble.
It's a rum old setup, all right. How can you run a factory without any workers?
It's clear that Mr. Gride is hiding something. I think more clandestine tactics are required.
Doesn't this fella ever stop working? 10 o'clock and the lights are still on. What's he doing in there?
I gather Gride only moved here about 2 years ago.
Did he? I wonder why. Cheaper rent, perhaps? Can't see what else the locality has going for it.
Well, details are scarce. But as far as Inspector Quick was able to ascertain, Mulberry Gride's former establishment in Yorkshire was burnt to the ground.
Which is how he acquired those hideous scars?
One would assume so. But rather than rebuild on the same spot, he moved his factory here. Though that isn't the strangest part of the story. Before the fire, Gride was in ladies' underwear.
Really? Well, takes all sorts.
His business, I mean. He didn't get into tanning until he moved here.
Oh. There's a barge coming.
The Cambria. What for the unloading?
I can't see. Looks heavy. And there's more than one, whatever it is.
Let's see if we can't commandeer a vessel of our own.
What's all this then? Who's been and left my manhole cover open? That's better. Honestly, some people.
You, sir.
God, you frightened the life out of me.
Did you not hear me, sir?
Yeah, I heard you. What do you want, mate? I can't see you in the dark.
Mate, is it? So who are you, mate, that dare to walk my streets without my say-so?
Your say-so? What are you talking about? Come out of the shadows. Oh, my God. What? Don't come any closer. I'll shout for help.
Don't trouble your throat on my account. There's no soul within hollering distance that'll give 2 figs for you.
What are you? You... devil.
I'm the king of Jacob's Island. And this is my turf. And you're standing on it.
Never been at the helm of a boat before. Apart from an ill-advised spot of canoeing in Canberra.
You're doing a sterling job.
Is that it? The Cambria? Hard to see in the dark.
That's it. Can we get any closer without being spotted?
I'll cut the engine.
Can we extinguish that lamp? And that cigar, Henry?
Oh, not my cigar.
They seem to be fishing for something.
No, they's too big for that. They's trawling nets.
Trawling? You mean they're searching for something on the riverbed?
I wonder what that could be.
Let's find out, shall we? Full steam ahead. Bring up that lamp, would you, Henry? And hail them.
Ahoy there! This is Henry Gordon Jago, consultant to Her Majesty's Metropolitan Police. This is fun.
They're turning. They're trying to get away.
Not a chance. We'll catch them all right.
Yes, I think they've drawn the same conclusion. They're throwing their haul back into the Thames.
The villains! Ahoy now! Stop doing that! Stop that at once!
Can't this thing go any faster? We're coming aboard!
You're all under arrest!
Stop using that thing now, Henry. It's giving me a headache.
Oh, sorry. Stop what you're doing and put your hands where I can see them.
Looks like they've dumped them all.
Not quite. There's still one left. Look.
Good Lord. A perfectly elliptical rock.
What do you think it is?
Let's take it back to the station and find out.
Just as soon as we've had breakfast.
Morning, Professor, Mr. Jago, Patsy.
Ah, Inspector, just the fellow. Can you help us lift this up onto my examination table?
Of course I can.
Henry, you take that side. And...
We'll need to take it back later, though.
This is heavy.
I've just heard there's been another murder.
Oh, dear. Same as the others?
Afraid so. Strange thing is, this one's the bloke who found the first body, Arthur Pike.
Goodness. Poor chap.
Used to work down the sewers. Dead proud of him, he was. There you go.
Oh, ain't the young man strong?
That's it. Careful now.
Queer looking thing.
And I'm something awful.
It is rather pungent. Reminds me of the unlovely aroma around Gride's factory.
What is it then?
Some sort of a sea monster, I'd wager.
It's a giant egg.
Or an egg of a sea monster.
Well, I wouldn't want that served with bacon.
Let's see. If we brush away some of this mud. And, yeah. Now, you see these black marks here? If I just scrape away a small sample. What does that smell of to you, Patsy?
Fire. Coal. Charcoal.
Exactly. These are scorch marks. I do believe that this came not from the sea, but from the sky.
Cox, it's a meteorite.
If so, it's a damn peculiar one. Listen.
It's hollow.
I may not be an expert in celestial spheroids, but that can't be right.
Exactly. Meteorites are composed of solid rock, whereas this...
So what's inside?
Let's find out, shall we? Inspector, could you pass that hacksaw over there, please?
Right you are.
Look. It's not rock at all. Just encrusted with barnacles.
Oh, what a swizz. That thing's no more a star than Tommy Tuppence.
Who?
Tommy Tuppence. Tootin' stoppin' turn. He called himself, started at the bottom of the bill and worked his way down.
Oh.
You're sore, Professor.
Thank you, Inspector. Here goes then. It's coming. You know, I think Pats is right. I think this is an egg.
There you are.
But what species will lay an egg like that? I saw an ostrich egg in a museum once, and this must be 3 times the size.
Certainly no species is currently known on this planet, which rather suggests...
An egg-laying extraterrestrial entity? Corks.
You big ninny! Come along now, sir. We don't want any trouble. Take your great dirty hands off me. Get off me, you blockhead. Nincompoop.
Excuse me, gents. Miss, sounds like a tricky customer.
You're not fit to look upon me. Me, a chosen one. Oh, you'll pay, Sergeant. Oh, yes, you'll pay.
I know that voice.
You know that man?
He stuffed my fish. That's Timmy Tinkle.
Timothy Tinkle, the taxidermist? With a name like that, he should go on the stage. Wouldn't need an act.
You will bow to me in the days that come. You will grovel before me.
Is that right, sir?
Yes! Yes, you will beg for mercy. All of you. You are worms. You are insects.
Seems a bit uppity for a taxidermist.
He ain't usually like that. Must have been on the sauce.
I'd stay back if I were you. Fella tried to stuff one of his customers.
You will bow and beg and weep before the darkling facade.
Yes. Let's go and sleep it off, shall we, sir?
Oi, get off! You get off me, you...
Bow to whom? The darling hussar?
What's that, a pub? Man's tight as a drum.
Correct, more like. Second one today, actually. Captain of a Thames sailing barge went doolally earlier. Just the same. A Captain Derry. He's in the cells now. I better just go and check on him.
I do hope he's not catching. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. The egg.
Course, stinks in here.
What's happened to the egg? I didn't think you'd finished cutting it open.
I hadn't.
It's been broken. Hang on, if that was an egg, what was inside?
What's normally inside an egg?
Is this a trick question? You don't mean it's hatched?
I can't think of any other explanation. What was that noise?
Was that you, Patsy?
No, it weren't. Not every funny noise is me, you know. I can't help it if...
There it was again.
Came from over here.
Behind these drawers?
I believe so. Be careful, Lightfoot. It could be...
Oh, lummy, was that real? Or am I seeing things again?
No, we all saw it.
Funny-looking critter. What was it? It shot across the room like a phosphorus ferret.
Some sort of eel?
Maybe. Not the kind you get served up in the better class of Epicurean establishment.
Are they ever? Where's it gone now?
Other side of the room. Best place for it.
Shall we attempt to capture it then?
Well, that wasn't going to be my suggestion, no. I was more of a mind to get out of this room and never come back.
I'm afraid it's between us and the door, old chap.
Oh, crumbs.
Let's split up. Henry, you take the left, Patsy the right. We can approach the creature in a pincer movement and trap it.
Trap it in what?
Patsy, try and catch it in my Gladstone bag. I'll use this, a bell jar.
And me?
Your hat?
Last of the big game hunters, eh? Oh, dear.
Got your positions? Then advance on my orders. Slowly now. There it is!
He spat at me, dirty beggar!
I've got it!
Mind that thing, Lightfoot!
Odd. He suddenly seemed to become inert. Perhaps that secretion it spat at Patsy was a final attempt at survival.
Like the sting of a bee.
And how are you, Patsy?
Covered in slime. Ugh. It's the same as what was in my bleeding fish.
I'd say this is all the proof we need. I don't know what he's planning, but Mulberry Ride is at the bottom of this. Time to pay another visit to his so-called tannery.
Sorry I was so long. Did I miss anything?
What do you want?
Who is it?
Henry Gordon Jago.
What does he want?
What do you want?
Tell your employer he has a problem with his pipework.
I hate the sewers. Just because I'm a mudlark don't mean I ain't got standards.
They're a remarkable achievement, though, don't you think? All thanks to Mr. Baziljet.
Basilu, look, remind me again while we're down here knee-deep in all this...
Sewage?
While Mr. Jago is up there.
While Mr. Jago is distracting Gride, we'll pop up unnoticed and have a good look around the factory. Seemed like a good idea at the time.
It stinks. It ain't just a you-know-what. That green stuff's everywhere.
Then try not to touch it.
What's that noise?
I don't know. But I fear we're not alone.
And tell me why I shouldn't have Mr. Dent throw you out on your ear again.
Your drains. We've had complaints.
Complaints about my drains? Why?
The odour is discernible halfway to Hounslow. and is causing offence on a wide scale. Concerned citizens are running for cover, fearful of a second great stink.
Let them, Luddites.
Mr. Gride, I'll have you know I could have this tannery closed down.
You actually think this is a tannery? Ha! You know nothing.
It says it's a tannery on the door. There could be a trades descriptions issue here as well, you know. What is it really, then?
It would be easier to show than to tell. Let me give you the grand tour.
What a stench!
Luckily, I lost my olfactory faculties in the fire.
Heavens! What are they? Water tanks?
Take a closer look.
Eels! It's a giant fishery.
They're not eels.
No, surely there can't be one in every tank. Oh, there are dozens of the things.
Hundreds.
It's green. Why is the water green? Is that what that pong is?
It isn't water. It's amniotic fluid.
What?
It gives life and nutrients to the embryo.
Embryos? You mean they're going to get bigger? The thing's already about 10 feet long. If this one's still wearing short trousers, I'd hate to see it all grown up.
It will be a marvellous sight. One that you and all humanity will grow to fear and worship.
Do you think?
Don't look now, but I think we've got company.
How'd he get rid of us? That scraping sound was behind us just now.
Perhaps he knows the topology of this place better than we do. It wouldn't be difficult.
Who dares tread in my domain?
Upon my soul, it's true. Jeremiah Castle.
You have me at a disadvantage, lady. If lady you are.
Bleeding cheek.
Mr. Castle, we have no quarrel with you. We are merely trying to effect entrance to a manufactory that
For
sits
God's
about the...
sake, don't talk to him, Mr. Lightfoot. Run!
You could be right.
My, that one's a whopper. I take my hat off to you. You'll get a pretty penny for this lot down Billingsgate Market.
They are not eels. They are the darkling facade. We are the darkling facade.
Are you?
They found me when they fell to earth. The first had landed in the north of England. I was working late when the pod struck my textile factory. It hit a metal oil tank. The sparks set it and the building ablaze. I escaped, but in those flames, I felt an intelligence clawing at my mind with desperate entreaty. I ran back into the flames to save it.
To save a fish egg?
I had no choice. I knew then it was already part of me. So I saved the pod, and in doing so, sustained these injuries. But no matter. Now my real work could begin, to retrieve my brothers and sisters and make ready.
Make ready? Make what ready? The world's biggest eel pie?
For the last time, they are not eels!
Well, you must admit they do look like eels.
Gents!
Yes, boss.
Throw Mr. Jago in the tank.
Yes, boss.
Wolves tear you off, mates! I'll get you off my island, you nasty little bitch!
Good heavens. That was Jeremiah Castle.
Yeah!
But he's scarcely more than a walking skeleton. How can he still be alive?
I ain't surprised. He never did let nothing get in his way, old Jeremiah. Stands to reason he wouldn't let being hanged stop him.
Running word after! I don't tire easily!
Oh, he's not wrong. Come on, this way.
In you go. Stop struggling.
But what you fail to realise, Mr. Gride, is that I am not much of a swimmer.
What?
No. Yes, my dear Auntie Maud used to take me swimming in Margate. I never really got the hang of it.
I don't think you'll have time to practice your breaststroke now.
No?
No. They're awfully hungry, you see.
Oh, yes. Yes, they do look hungry.
Goodbye then, Mr. Jago. Have a nice dip. What?
Mr. Knight, how do you do?
Lightfoot, bless my soul.
But how did you...
Cool lummy. That'd fetch a pound or two down Billingsgate.
Yeah, that's what I said.
How did you get in here?
We were just admiring your collection of fish, weren't we, Patsy?
They're huge. Wouldn't mind that in a pie with a dash of liquor.
Glad you approve. In fact, you're just in time to see me feed your colleague to them.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
I hardly think I have anything to fear from an effete surgeon and a malodorous old hag, do you?
Oi, you! What'd he say?
He said you stink.
Oh, right enough.
I suppose you're going to tell me that your unofficial police colleagues will be here at any moment.
No. We brought something else with us.
Now hang fast, you dogs, you wretches. You think you can fly from the King of Jacob's Island?
Ye gods.
Please preserve us.
What in the devil's name are you, creature?
That is Jeremiah Castle.
Who are you that dare into my manor? A mimsy toff and a gammy old crone?
Don't you remember me, Jeremiah? Patsy! You and me always rubbed along all right.
Patsy?
Queen of Jacob's Island, you used to call me.
But you're old.
We all get old, Jeremiah.
Old and ugly. So very, very ugly.
You're not looking so great yourself.
Well, I don't care who you are, or who you are. You're all in my factory. Dents!
Boss?
See this thing off the premises?
Yes, boss. You heard the man.
Oh, crumpets.
Dents, get up, man. Stop shirking.
I think Mr. Dents is dead.
How dare you eviscerate one of my employees? Get out of here now, you skeletal excrescence. This is my factory.
This is my island.
Island? What island?
You're standing on this. Your factory is built on Jacob's Island.
And it's his patch, or it was, 30 years ago, before he was strung up and dumped in the Thames.
You expect me to believe...
Strung up. I remember. Yes, I remember. Yeah, I've been snitched on, betrayed, by some treacherous wretch. They bore me to the gallows on the back of a cart, like a beast after slaughter. Me, Jeremiah Castle. I stood there as a noose was hung around my neck, and I swore revenge on the lily-livered turncoats. I could see them in the crowd, laughing, cheering. They'd pay all right. And then... nothing. Until I woke. It was dark. A heavy weight was pressing upon me. It was all around, everywhere. And I was stuck fast in something, stuck fast in the stinking mud of the riverbed. I was underwater. I struggled, gasping for air. And then I realised I wasn't drowning. There wasn't any air in my lungs, just water. But I was alive. Each tide, I worked myself looser, till at last I was free of that watery grave. I made my way ashore, but nothing was the same. There was a toff, wandering the streets, my streets, like he owned the place. Some kind of merchant, he said. Tried to buy me off. He wouldn't stop screaming, so I shut him up. After that, I laid low in the sewers, sorted out everyone who came near. Jacob's Island's changed, all different it is. But it's still mine, you see. My streets, my alleyways, my sewers, and I'll get my revenge. I will. Or my name's not Jeremiah Castle.
You get it now. Jeremiah just wants his island back.
It seems whatever toxic filth you've been pumping out of St. Saviour's dock has brought him to this state.
And turned the fish green.
Well, I never.
What? What's he laughing at?
Stop. Stop it, I said. Stop laughing, or I'll slit you.
Oh, you poor wretch. Kill me. You can't kill me. Look around you. You see the tanks? You see the fluid inside? That's what brought you back to life. You're one of us now.
What do you mean?
We're the same, you and I. Can't you hear them? The voices?
Voices? Yes, in my head. All the time.
Listen.
Yes, I hear them. So many. The dark. The darkling.
The darkling facade. You understand now? You have to protect them. Our brothers and sisters.
Brothers and sisters, yes. Protect them.
And kill them. They are our enemies.
Yes. Kill them. kill them!
Fiddlesticks.
Now look here, Mr. Castle. You're not to kill us. Do I make myself clear? Mr. Castle.
Jeremiah, no! Not old Patsy! You remember Patsy? You remember them nights in the Turk's Head?
Must protect.
Oh, those are the days, gambling and fighting and killing. You remember the Turk's Head, don't you, Jeremiah? You remember Patsy?
Patsy, my queen.
Kill them, Castle. You're one of us now. Kill them, now!
I am Jeremiah Castle. I am king of Jacob's Island. And no one tells...
What are you doing? No, get away.
No one tells Jeremiah Castle what to do.
Get away! No!
Horrible. He was right. They were hungry.
Jeremiah?
The cursed voices. I can't think straight. Get out of my head.
Jeremiah!
They shall not have me. Not Jeremiah Castle. No! He's on my streets. Mine. Mine.
He's breaking the town.
Jeremiah!
Go, Patsy, go! Get out!
Come on, you heard the man. Come on!
He's going to break. Quick, hold on to something.
Everyone all right?
Oh, present and correct, eh? But where's...
Over here. I'm all covered in slime. Again.
But where's Castle?
You shall not have me. Die, accursed creature. Die!
God blimey.
Is he wrestling in an eel?
We belong dead. You and I.
Good punch, sir.
Let's leave him to it, shall we? Maybe pop back later to see how he's getting on. What say you of the Red Tavern?
Excellent idea.
But I'm covered in green muck.
Oh, true. They'll never let us in looking like this.
Henry, right now I'm in infinitely greater need of a drink than a wash. And that's not something I ever thought I'd say. But by the time Quick and his men arrived at the factory, it was already on fire.
Blimey.
Castle's doing, no doubt.
No doubt. Within half an hour, there was nothing left of the place.
Good riddance.
I gather from Inspector Quick that Gride has a warehouse down near Latimer Wharf, and that there are several barrels of that unpleasant amniotic liquid stored there.
That doesn't sound so good.
Oh, Quick's men have secured the place, until they decide how to dispose of the stuff. But Jacob's Island has now been razed to the ground for a second time. So whatever is built there next, it's third time lucky.
They could do with putting a theatre there. Place could do with cheering up.
Do you fancy running it, Mr. Jago?
Oh, yeah. You won't catch me on Jacob's Island again. Not for all the beer in Bermondsey.
Do you think Jeremiah's dead?
I'd like to say. Death didn't stop him the first time, but I didn't get the impression that he was all that keen to cling on to his life by the end.
One thing I still don't get.
Yeah?
Why was that Gride bloke breeding eels?
They weren't eels!
Oh, but they looked like...
They were alien embryos that just happened to look like eels. The reality was much more dangerous. That substance they secreted afforded them some kind of mind control over their victims.
Why here, though? Why the Thames?
We'll never know for sure. But the Thames does run through the most populous city on Earth.
You mean?
Yes.
We've saved the world again!
Hooray!
Drinks all round then!
Hooray!
Cheers!
Actually, that's a little bit creepy, Patsy.
Patsy? Patsy?
Here, watch where you're going.
Sorry, Gov.
Look out, you daft old bat.
Didn't see you there, Gov. Oh, I don't know, I feel weird. I'm looking.
No, you're not looking at all, drunken sot.
Wish I was. At least then I'd know why I feel like this. Ossifer, thank the good Lord.
You all right?
Constable, could you help me?
No, it's you. If you're hoping for an afternoon in the cells, you're out of luck.
Nothing like that. I feel a bit queasel, like the inside of me head's turning black, full of darkness. I need to find the mortuary.
Blimey, you are ill. Reckon you're at death's door, do you? Or looking for it, at any rate.
No. I need to find the professor.
You mean Professor Lightfoot?
Yeah, that's him. Just point me the right way and I'll be off.
I don't think the Professor will want to see the likes of you. Be on your way and sleep it off in a quiet corner somewhere.
I feel...
On your way now. Or I will find a cell for you. Won't be a nice one, neither. Go on.
Tickets! Get your tickets for tonight's show. Special price. Theatre now fully open after nasty, horrible firework accident what closed it for a bit. Tickets. Children half price.
Theatre? Is that the new Regency?
It is indeed. Refurbished and renovated. A bit.
I wonder if you can help me, sonny.
No cheap rates for old Gimmers, dearie. Buzz off.
I want to see Mr. Jago.
Whoa. Hold on. No offence intended. I might be able to do you a deal. No need to get Mr. Jago involved. For the second house, is it?
No, I just need to see Jago pronto.
Well, you can't, because he ain't here.
Then where is he?
Oh, I don't know, do I? Are you all right? Look a bit peaky.
No, a bit of a funny turn. No, not that sort of funny. Funny on account of the darkness in me head.
Hang on, and I'll see if I can find Mr. Jago.
No need for that. I'm fine. I was just a bit confused, that's all. But I know what I have to do now. Oh, why is there no one around when you need them? I need... It's the darkness, you see? The darkness!
And a gin. Here, let me clear those out of the way. You try that again, Johnny, and you lose your hand, I promise you, and your eyesight, more likely.
Oh, the whole world's spinning.
You're having a good evening now, and I can tell.
What's that you're saying?
Here, Ellie, I'll have a drop of whatever she's on.
Patsy? Oh, you're right. If you're looking for his nibs, he's not here. Or if you're looking for his other nibs, he's not here neither.
I just need...
Look, I'm sorry, but I've got to ask. Are you good for it? Only if you don't show me a tanner, I can't let you stay here. Rushed off my feet as it is.
Oi! Sharp!
You wait your turn, sunshine!
Charming.
You've got to help me, Ellie.
All right. Show me threepence. It's the best I can do.
No, I mean the darkness inside me head.
What are you on about? You right?
He's telling me things like...
I've got to get on, really, I have, Betsy.
Like I've got to get back to the docks, to Gride's warehouse.
Yeah, fine, whatever you like. You do that then.
I'm gonna need some help.
Well, good luck with that. All right, keep your wings straight. I'm on my way.
Bear halfpenny for an old soldier. Veteran of 3 campaigns. You must have a farthing. They're a farthing for a blind old soldier what lost his state for his country. Oh, it's you, Patsy.
Hello, Tom. You still working the old dying soldier routine?
He doesn't do too badly. Even a blind man would thrill to that sound.
You want to earn some real money?
What do you think?
Then you can give me a hand with something.
You, Patsy? Yeah, You've not been thieving, have you?
Course not. Got a few barrels that need shifting, that's all.
Barrels? Is it grog?
Not grog, but it's stuff that belonged to a friend of mine. Needs shifting from his warehouse to a lockup. You game?
You paying?
You'll get paid, Tom, you'll get paid.
So where is this warehouse then?
I'll show you. Then I need to find the wagon.
All right, I've sorted it out. You. Here's a cloth. Now wipe up your own spillage and be thankful it's just beer.
Miss Higson.
And you can wait your turn and all.
Oh, thanks very much. I was only delivering a swift salutation.
Oh, Inspector. Sorry, I didn't recognise you out of uniform. I can't get used to seeing you in civvies, and that's a fact.
You're not the only one. Scared the life out of my missus last night. She hadn't a clue who was coming in the front door. Nearly crowned me with a chamber pot.
Ooh.
Oh, it's just ornamental. Got little flowers on it. Hideous thing if you ask me. But she keeps it by the door.
Probably for greeting intruders. I'm sorry, Inspector, I've got to get on.
I understand. I was looking for the professor in actual fact.
Service!
He ain't been for a while. Mr. Jane over.
Yes?
In a minute!
Not to worry, I can see you're busy.
Oh, but Patsy was here. Behaving very strange, she was.
That sounds like Patsy.
No, I mean even for her. She mentioned some warehouse and said she was heading back to the docks.
Whatever for?
I didn't think anything of it at the time, but aren't there still some of them barrels of that, stuff?
That's what I wanted to talk to the prof about. How to dispose of the stuff safely. I'd best cut along there and check what the old dear's up to.
The old dear?
Not the professor. Patsy.
Oh, good luck with that.
Thank you. Well, there you go, Miss Higson.
That's the last one, Patsy. I told you we'd get them all shifted in just 2 trips. Now, when do I get me dosh?
You get to the lock-up and help me unload this lot, then we'll settle up.
Why can't I ride on the wagon with you, like on the Lowe's run?
Because there's not room, it's there. You can see there's not room.
I could sit on the barrels.
And endanger the whole load, not likely.
You'd think them barrels was more important than I am.
Yes, you would, wouldn't you? Now get along to the lock-up. You can take a shortcut through that alley behind the old courthouse and be there in 10 minutes.
I suppose. Oh, I wants me dosh, though, Patsy. You promised me.
If you're there ready to unload before I am, I'll double your pay.
Really?
Really. Now get along with you.
It's a deal. I'll race ya. I may be old. I'm game for it. You owe me double, Patsy.
Run, you stupid old codger. You'll never get there before me.
Oh, you're later than usual this evening, gents.
Ah, the ineffable Ellie.
Good evening, my dear.
What can I do you for?
The Professor and I were just cogitating on recent events, so a couple of pints of your best ale would help enormously.
Coming right up.
You're most kind. Yes, Henry. A series of most singular events, if I may say so.
Makes me thoughts grow dark just talking about them.
To be expected. You know, London won't really be safe until the rest of that diabolical fluid is disposed of.
I imagine Inspector Quick will be on the case.
I do hope Miss Patsy has suffered no ill effects from her experiences, if you know what I mean.
Certainly do. I think we can rely on Patsy.
Here you go.
Most kind.
Obliged, I'm sure.
It's quieter than it was. I was fair rushed off my feet earlier. But I did see Patsy.
Patsy?
I heard you mention her just now, Professor. Yeah, she was here.
Not a habitual stamping ground, I'd say.
No, indeed. Tell me, how did Miss Patsy seem?
Well, she was a bit out of sorts. Mentioned heading off to the docks again.
I'm sure that's nothing for you to worry about.
Oh, I ain't worried. Anyway, I told Inspector Quick, and he said he'd check up on her.
Did he indeed? How very enterprising of him.
I mean, you can't be too careful what with them barrels still down the warehouse, can you?
You mean the fiendishly fermented fluid of the darkling facade.
I'm sure it's all under control.
I best get on. I'll see you later.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Henry?
That rather depends on what it is that you're thinking, Professor.
I suppose it does.
So, what are you thinking?
About those barrels of fluid. I'm thinking that if some agent of the Darkling facade got hold of them...
You mean someone under the influence of the facade?
Exactly so. I'm thinking that person or persons under the influence, as it were, could make diabolical use of the fluid in those barrels.
You're right, Professor. With those barrels, they could infect all of London. Possibly the whole world. Oh, I feel like I've got the granddaddy of all hangovers.
Inside our head is turning black?
Rather like that.
I had something similar. Nothing to worry about. Best thing is to keep busy.
What do you suggest?
I think, perhaps given the circumstances, we should find Inspector Quick, don't you?
Yeah, and the peripatetic Patsy. No time to be wasted.
Let's get started.
You're off already?
This must, I'm afraid.
Duty calls. No peace for the wicked.
Cheerio, then.
Blimey, they must have been in a hurry. They not touched their drinks.
Easy does it, Thunder. Soon have you home, I could murder a couple.
Whoa! Look out!
Out of it!
Thunder!
Out of the way, you fool!
Blooming likely. You nearly killed us. It's all right, Thunder. It's all right now.
And this is as good as a mile. Now get out of the road!
Officer, you saw it, didn't you? Daft woman nearly killed us both, me and Thunder.
All right. What's going on here, then?
This fool's in me way. I've got an important delivery to make.
So I see. Hang on. That's Mick O'Riordan's wagon, isn't it?
Might be. So what if it is?
So he reported it stolen this evening, that's what.
Interfering oaf. You can get out of me way and all.
Easy there, easy. No call for violence. You'll do yourself a mischief.
I'll do you a mischief first.
She's loopy, she is. Demented. Off her head.
You all right, Smithers? What's the problem?
This old gimmer's nicked Mick's wagon. You, come on down from there.
Come and get me. Go on.
Look out!
You'll never get past that cab.
Get her down from there.
Rightio, come along, miss. Down here.
Never. Get off me. I'm not going with you. You can't do this, you bally blue bottle. Leave me be, all of you.
Now, come along now. Let's have none of that nonsense. She bit me. It's bleeding. Nearly up my finger off.
I ain't standing for this. You won't never take me in. I got work to do. You're all nothing compared with me and my work. There'll be no place for the likes of you in the new world. You'll all die horribly. I'll see to that. No one stops me. No one stops Patsy.
She's mad, I tell you. Completely bonkers.
No, not the cuffs. You ain't got a cell that can hold the likes of me.
Evening, gentlemen. Can I be of service?
Ah, Sergeant. Yes, indeed. We are making inquiries about our friend, Miss Patsy.
Well, more of an acquaintance, actually. That is, we hardly know the woman.
We understand from the locals that there was some trouble with a wagon down at the docks.
I think you best have a word with the inspector.
He's here?
Aha! The quintessential quick inspector extraordinaire. Well, don't dally, man. Tell the inspector that Professor Lightfoot and Mr. Jago are here to see him. Chop, chop.
If you'll wait here.
You don't think you were a little short with him, do you, Henry?
Think nothing of it. You have to argue till your face is as blue as their uniforms to get anything done round here. And time, Professor, is of the essence.
It is essential that we recover those barrels of fluid before anyone else can.
Evening, gents. I understand you're inquiring after Patsy.
We heard there was some sort of altercation.
You can say that again.
He said we heard there was
Yes, I didn't mean that literally, Mr. Jago.
Perhaps you could tell us what happened. We are particularly interested to know if those barrels of fluid are safe.
Ah, well, that's an interesting question.
Is it? Why?
On account of I don't rightly know the answer.
Sounds ominous, Henry.
Positively full of ominosity, Professor.
We recovered several barrels at the scene, but what Patsy's done with the others, or why she took it into her head to go off with them, we have no idea.
Have you asked her?
I have, but she's distracted, acting queer. Not quite right in the head, if you ask me.
Oh, could be some sort of delayed shock after all that she went through.
You mean the despicably fiendish darkling facade?
I do indeed. So tell me, Inspector, where is Miss Patsy now? You have her safely confined, I hope.
She didn't give me much choice, state she was in. Ranting and raving and biting my constables.
Beg pardon?
She had one on her, and no mistake.
Beg pardon?
So I had her taken straight to hell.
Beg pardon?
You mean to tell me you've never heard of hell, Henry? You do surprise me.
Well, I expected hell to be rather warmer than this. There's a definite nip in the air.
Old place is cold and soulless, if you ask me.
Of course. Dante's Inferno was cold. It's only comparatively recently that we've adopted the notion of hellfire and brimstone and so on.
And this is hell?
Local nickname for it.
Nickname as in Old Nick, no doubt.
The Heldenham Hospital for Mental Correction.
An asylum.
Abandon hope, all ye who enter here.
Thank you, Professor. That's very uplifting.
What do you lot want?
Easy now, Patsy. We're not looking for any trouble.
Is it really necessary to restrain her like this?
For the moment, Dr. Flanagan nearly lost his finger getting the straitjacket on her.
Shows him right and all.
No, but I mean the change.
Well, they do seem a little extreme, I grant you. I'll see what I can do. Provided, Patsy, you are cooperative.
Dunno what you mean.
He means that he'd like you to help the police with their inquiries. And us come to that.
Just tell us where the other barrels are, and I'm sure the inspector will be able to help.
I ain't saying nothing about that.
And why's that?
'Cause I ain't, that's why.
You see? It's no good. I've tried 100 times.
A somewhat hasty and inaccurate conclusion, if I may say so. Inspector, do you think I might,
What?
You know?
Can't say I do, actually, Professor.
I think he'd like a word with you in private.
Oh, right. So, what is it you'd like a word about?
I was just thinking, if you allow me to speak to Patsy alone, in private, I might be able to persuade her to tell us about the missing barrels.
How do you reckon to do that, then?
By means of a small deception.
Oh, yeah?
Well, it's got to be worth a try, don't you think, Inspector? And if anyone can charm the uncharmable and get Patsy to spill the proverbials, it's got to be the peerless Professor.
Well, it's got me stumped, and that's a fact. If you think you can do any better, Professor, you're welcome to try.
I said I ain't talking, not to anyone.
I'll be all right. Thank you, Inspector.
If you're sure.
Yes, as a medical man, I'd just like to assure myself that Miss Patsy is being properly cared for.
Bang on the door when you're done, Professor.
Patsy, we don't have long.
What you on about?
The barrels. Where did you take them?
Not saying nothing.
I know you're possessed by the Darkling facade. You're doing their bidding, aren't you?
What do you know about it?
You were infected with their presence when that liquid splashed over you. Mr. Jago and I are also under their influence.
Get away.
I assure you, it's the truth. Now, tell me where you have secreted the rest of the barrels, and we shall be able to retrieve them and carry on the work.
You'd better not be joshing me, Professor.
On my honour. The barrels?
I stashed them, didn't I? There's a lock-up under the railway arches down by Jacqueline's wharf. Third one from the left. No one ain't used it for years and the lock's busted. You know what I mean?
I do indeed. Thank you, Patsy. That's most helpful.
Any joy?
What did you tell her?
I intimated that I too was under the influence of the fiendish Darkling facade, in the hope that this might persuade her to divulge the location of the missing barrels.
That's clever, Professor. Very sharp thinking.
You're a cunning one and no mistake. But did she go for it?
Alas, no. She told me nothing.
Never mind, Professor. You did your best.
Thank you, Henry. No, I think she's too far gone to be of any help at all. I really wouldn't waste any more time on her, Inspector. Have her sedated and hope it brings the poor woman some modicum of peace.
Talking of peace, I could do with a good night's sleep and no mistake.
Yes, indeed. It's well past my bedtime, I can assure you. Sorry we couldn't be of more help, Inspector.
Me too. You gents get off to your homes and get some shut-eye. I'll have a word with the warden, and tomorrow I'll organise a proper search for them barrels.
So, what did you really learn from Patsy?
What makes you think I learned anything of value? Cab! I say! Cab!
Oh, come now, Professor. I've known you long enough to tell when you're pulling the wool.
Ah, cabby. We need to get to Jacqueline's Wharf. Quick as you can. This would appear to be the place.
Well done, Professor. She said the lock was broken, so if we... And Bob's your uncle.
Aha! Yes! Those look like the barrels.
Yeah, what are you two up to?
Oh, corks. Who are you?
Did Patsy send you? Where is she?
Yes, we are associates of Miss Patsy. She sent us to check on her barrels.
She was supposed to meet me here. She owes me money.
I doubt you're the only one.
Miss Patsy is, I'm afraid, indisposed at present.
Indis what?
Taken poorly.
So she asked us to check up on these barrels.
And pay me the dosh what she owes?
If we're going to be conducting business, perhaps we should go inside, away from prying eyes.
Capital idea. I see there's an oil lamp hanging from that hook, so let's get it lit and make ourselves at home, shall we? In you come, Mr.
Tom.
Tom. Yes, of course.
In you go, Tom. Look lively.
Ah, that's better. Quite cosy, in fact.
What about me dosh?
Patience. First things first.
Like what?
Like checking these are indeed the barrels we're looking for.
There's a crowbar over there. We can lever the top off one of these and see what's inside.
Looks right enough.
Looks like pitch or something. Only green and unglowing. That what you're expecting?
Well, there's only one way to be sure.
You mean...
I do indeed, Henry.
Oh, best put the lamp down then, Professor.
Good point.
What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that?
I'll grab his arms, you lift his legs.
Ready when you are.
Hey! Hey!
On three.
On three.
1,
2...
Oh, get away from me! You ain't with Patsy!
I can assure you, we are.
3!
My word! He's heavier than he looks.
He's positively portly, Professor.
Very good, Henry. Very good.
You think he'll suffer any ill effects from being dipped and dunked in the luminous lubricating liquid?
I do hope so, Henry. I do hope so.
Let's get him out and have a butcher's.
Get off me, you crack! I don't need sedativating, I don't!
Your own good, Patsy. The doctor here knows what he's doing.
No, he don't! He hasn't a clue! I'm a good girl, I am! You ain't smothering me! Get this cloth on my face! I'll bite the lot of you, see if I don't!
It's all right, Patsy. Calm down. Everything will be fine. It won't hurt you. Will it, Dr. Flanagan?
Probably not.
Probably not. What's she saying?
We should really use an inhaler to regulate the dose, but somehow I don't think she'd be very cooperative.
You say that again. Under the fluence now, is she?
Calm, but conscious. I'll leave it to you, if I may.
All in all, I think that went rather well, don't you, Professor?
Oh, terribly well, Henry. But I rather fancy that this is where it becomes a trifle more tricky.
Nothing our meticulous minds and brilliant brains can't render to singular simplicity, I'll warrant.
Didn't see you two sneaking. You been here long?
Matter of moments, my dear, not long at all.
The Professor and I were just engaging in a little light loquation.
Expect you'll be wanting drinks then. Pints of bitter, is it?
Not tonight, I think.
Oh, you on the porter?
No.
Half and half?
Not as such.
Actually, Ellie, if you could bring us a couple of glasses of water, that would be capital.
Water?
Yes, water. You know, wet stuff fish swim in it.
Though I'll have mine devoid of fish, if that's all right.
Oh, that'll cost extra.
Water?
You do have water?
Oh, yeah. Tap's full of it.
Make mine a double.
You're having me on, ain't you?
Not a bit of it.
Got to keep our heads clear for what we've got to do.
Bloody Nora. Right, well, it is coming up, and I expect an healthy tip, I can tell you.
Oh, my head. What happened to the... Oh,
Sorry about that, but the doctor reckoned it was
where's it gone?
Dr. Flanagan.
No, the darkness in my head is gone. Look, check inside my ears and see if you can see it.
Not likely. The darkness, you say?
He spoke to me. Made me do things I shouldn't ought to have done.
Oh, yeah?
Don't tell anyone, shh.
Like, what sort of things you shouldn't ought to have done?
Bit sleepy now.
What did you do? Patsy?
Not so loud. Like things. Like shifting them barrels of green sludge.
Oh, so you're happy to tell us all about that now, are you?
I told the professor.
You what?
Lightly footy. Told him.
You told Professor Lightfoot? But he said... What did you tell him?
I put the barrels in an old lock-up under the railway arches down by Jacqueline's Wharf. That's what I told him.
Jacqueline's Wharf?
Shh! Secret. I told the prof so I did. Inspector Quack.
Quick.
No, there's no hurry. Not now the darkness is gone. I'm glad he got it out of me head, I am. Say thank you to the Quick.
Quack. Quick? Quack? I don't know what's been up with you, Patsy. But at least it seems you're on the mend. Not so sure about the Professor, though.
I've always wanted to drive one, even as a nipper. Well, especially as a nipper.
But don't you see? It would be ideal.
You're sure it'll work?
My dear Henry, what could possibly go wrong? The boiler heats the water which turns to steam and drives the pistons. What have you?
Yes. So, all we need to do is to substitute the... water!
There you are. Water, as requested.
Most kind.
Many thanks, Ellie.
Now, what you two up to all ugger-mugger here in the back like?
Well, we were just discussing how steam trains work, actually. The Professor's quite an expert.
Oh, but it's actually quite straightforward.
Dashed clever.
Steam trains or the Professor?
Well, both, I suppose. I was just saying, I've always wanted to drive one, even as a nipper.
I'll leave you to it then.
Thank you.
What are you two really up to?
So what's the plan, Professor?
We cut along to Paddington Station.
Let me tidy this away for you, Mr. Cartwright. Now, that's better.
Having first removed the barrels from the place of safety, had them brought to Paddington.
Anything else?
I think we can safely leave
I expect you're quite happy here with your pipe then.
Organise that.
And then it's just a question of in the boiler of the latterly locomotive.
It's a lot of smoke, that pipe.
And having done this business with the pistol,
And what
have you,
Just...
it is disseminated
Right.
across the countryside.
Yet, and bombs your uncle, or rather, darkling facades.
Half's finished with.
Oh, very good, Henry. Very good. You know, I don't know, I had so much fun on one of our escapades.
Me neither. It's so refreshing not to be on the side of the seraphim for once.
Well, since last Thursday, since you ask. Right, best be getting on then. Cheery bye. Now then, Professor, you Mr. J... Oh, they've gone. Run away. Must be while I... Oi! Young Freddy, come here. You want to earn yourself a tanner? Good. Then get along to the police station, fast as grease lightning, and fetch Inspector quick. Tell him I need to see him, urgent.
I suppose Miss Patsy succumbed rather more rapidly, as she was doused in a more generous portion of amniotic fluid, and on several occasions.
A rather unpleasant experience, if I do say so myself. But the subsequent advantages speak for themselves. In fact, I can hear them speaking to me now.
The wisdom of the darkling facade. Now, let's see if our associate has managed to load those barrels onto the wagon we secured for the purpose.
You seems capable enough. Though I have to say...
What do you have to say?
That there's something a bit fishy about him.
Oh, that's very good, Henry. You really are incomparable.
I was just on my way here anyway. To find the professor on account of Patsy.
Not taking the turn for the worse, is she?
Well, quite the opposite. Since Dr. Flanagan sedated her, she seems as right as rain. Well, as right as she ever was.
Back to her usual self, then?
Unfortunately. They're keeping her in for a while, to be sure.
And you wanted to tell the professor she was on the mend?
Well, not exactly. I wanted to know why he didn't tell me that Patsy disclosed to him where she'd secreted the missing barrels.
That's what they were talking about.
Really? Well, this could be important. If that fluid gets out...
They were talking about trains and boiling up liquid to make steam.
Oh, my cross.
Oh, we've got to get to Paddington.
You really think those two are up to no good?
Patsy got fluid somehow. Maybe the professor and Mr. Jago did too.
Well, we've got to stop them. Come along, Miss Dixon.
Well, I can't leave the pub, the customers.
Right, listen here, everyone. It's closing time. All out. Come along, look lively. Move right along. Yes, and you.
Of course, our own transformations will take time. We suffered them in a splash of the fluid.
Others were a bit luckier, like Tom, for example.
I said we meet him round the back of the last platform, just over there.
Do you suppose he's completely, you know...
Very likely, I would think. I mean, he was immersed in the fluid for a while and breathed it in. Once in the lungs, it would find its way into his bloodstream.
Lucky blighter. Ah, there he is, look.
You brought the barrels with you, then?
Oh, yes. In this transitory stage, I have the strength of a facade member, but have not yet lost my mobility on land.
Be a tad more awkward once we lose the advantages of ambulatory advancement.
Then we best make the most of our legs while we still have them, wouldn't you say, Tom?
Indeed. The darkling facade must spread throughout this world. Speed is of the essence.
And the essence can be disseminated through the speed of a locomotive. The Professor and I have worked it all out. Well, the Professor has.
Oh, don't be modest. You were a great help, Henry.
Oh, thank you.
Then let us begin.
Lucky there's not many people about this late at night.
Mostly goods trains. I'll help Tom ready the barrels. Why don't you see if you can't secure us a locomotive, Henry?
Good notion. Don't suppose they just leave 'em lying about unattended, though.
Then find one that is attended.
And deal with the said attendant.
Deal with, you don't mean, well, right you are, then. Yes, deal with them. Rightio.
Oh, never find him here.
I've got constables on the way, but probably best if we split up for now.
All right, I'll try that way.
Meet back here in, say, 15 minutes.
Right you are. Oh, this is hopeless. No!
Ellie!
Mr. J?
What in heaven's name are you doing here?
Oh, I was just...
Looking for me, were you?
Oh, well, yeah.
Worried about me?
Well, yeah.
Me too. I say, I've just found the most amazing steam engine. You want to come and have a look?
You what?
No, really. Just along here. There's no one about. We can talk inside the carriage there.
I'm not sure. I should find Inspector Quick.
Quick's here too. Capital.
You're pleased?
Oh, yes. Between you and me, things are a bit queer just now. I never thought I'd say this, but I think the Professor might have gone a bit potty.
The Professor?
He's got this mad scheme to boil up some fluid inside a steam engine, and he wants me to help. He even sent me to find a locomotive.
Oh, I thought you were both in it together.
Together? Oh, it sounded decidedly dangerous and definitely deleterious to help.
So what's going on?
Oh, not out here. They may be listening, watching.
Who might?
Darkling facade. Get inside this carriage. I'll tell you everything I know. That's it. In you go.
Mr. Jago? Henry? You shut the door!
What did you think of my act?
You, what? What are you playing at? Oh,
I said, what did you... hang on a tick.
That's better. Now, you can hear me now.
I want you to open the door, not the window.
Oh, no chance. Not now I've got you in there. Neat, eh? First the convincing act and then the use of this small device to lock the carriage door. I got it from the driver. He was most helpful.
Where is the driver?
He's having a little lie down. Someone bonked him on the bolts.
Who did?
Me!
Oh, Mr. Jago, let me out of here. We need to find the Professor. We need to stop him.
Oh, it's all right. I know where the Professor is. He's with old Tom.
Who's old Tom?
Well, at the moment, that's a bit of a moot question. But I'll take you to them.
Oh, at last. Open the door, then.
Oh, no. I'm taking the whole train. I tell you, Ellie, it's a childhood dream come true. Something I've wanted to do ever since I was an elver.
What? You've gone darkling potty too, ain't you?
You know something else about this diminutive door device?
What?
It does windows too. Bye.
What? No! Wait! Come back! Oh.
You two that way. You, Jenkins, by the ticket office. The rest of you, I want each of the platforms searched. Pronto. You find anything, let me know straight away. Hang on. That's Mr. Jago driving that train. And the Professor with him. Stop! Professor! Mr. Jago, wait! What am I doing? Hang on. Miss Ellie?
What are you doing out there?
What's it look like I'm doing? Cleaning up the carriage for dear life. That's what I'm doing. Open the door.
I can't.
Why not?
It's locked. I can't get out.
And I can't get in. Oh, but...
Hey, this is the life.
Do stop that, Henry. I can hardly hear myself think as it is. Never mind the whistle.
We are not alone.
Oh, you're never alone with a train set.
Very big train set in this case.
With a tender full of alien amniotic juices.
I mean back there. Look!
Well, Ellie's locked in the... Oh, Fox! It's quick!
Is it? So it is. What a very enterprising policeman.
He could threaten the darkening facade strategy. I shall destroy him.
Yeah, you do that.
It's in his nature, I suppose.
Oh, yes, I can just see him. Look at him go. Squelching along the top of the carriage there. He'll soon do for the intrepid inspector. The old chap does get so serious sometimes, though, doesn't he?
Well, it's a serious business, Henry. Taking over the world.
I suppose. Come on, Professor. Keep that coal coming. We need a good head of steam.
Then we can switch the fluid from the tender into the main boiler.
And Bob's your uncle. Hey!
Not sure it's any better being on top of the carriage than hanging on the side. I'll see if I can get into another carriage and then back through the train to let you out.
Be careful, Inspector.
Yeah, well, that's probably good advice. Whose name's that?
We are the darkling facade. Death to all those who oppose us.
Get off me, Walter Paul.
You will be absorbed into the facade.
Not blooming lightly. No disrespect. But when I joined the police force, I never thought I'd be pinned down on top of a railway carriage by a giant slippery blob that smells of dead fish.
Hold still while I regurgitate.
Are you? What?
We won't wait for the effects of our steam. Instead, my saliva will convert you to the vessel. Ah! Prepare to be possessed. What do you say to that?
Bridge coming.
What? Bridge? Where? Oh.
I did tell ya! Yeah!
Oh, Inspector, you right?
I've just been attacked by a giant slug thing. Apart from that,
And crashing through the window.
swung myself off the carriage roof soon as I could after that. Not a very pleasant experience.
So, what now?
Now, we have to get to the engine and stop those two gentlemen.
But the internal door's locked. I've tried.
Not with an experienced police inspector's shoulder, you haven't. Now stand aside and allow me, Miss Igson.
You ready with that lever, Professor?
I am indeed. It looks like the pressure is nearly there. Then we can switch the fluid from the tender through to the main boiler. The fluid will become steam, spread through the air, and infect everyone it touches.
Yeah, we can observe the effects on Miss Ellie.
Good job you brought her along. She'll make an interesting experiment. Nearly ready for the lever?
It sounds simple enough.
Refreshingly so.
No, you can bet there's some sort of catch.
Not so fast, you two!
This could be the catch, Henry.
Professor, the lever!
Oh, no, you don't!
Professor! You killed him!
No, I reckon he fell into that undergrowth. Should have softened the fall.
Get back! Oh, you're not flinging me off this flaming footplate, are you?
Oh, calm down, Mr. Joe. We just want to help you.
Help me by pushing my friend to his possible near death? Not likely. Keep back.
Easy now.
I warn you, I used to box for my school.
No, you didn't.
Well, maybe not. Does the 5s team count? Under 11s?
Oh, stop it. Don't let him get at that lever.
Hold still!
Get off me!
Got ya!
Oh, very well. On with the bracelets. You got me banged to rights.
Get him sedated and he'll still be back to normal.
I hope so.
You'll never take Henry Gordon Jago alive!
He seems calm enough now.
You swine! I'll report you for this, quick! You, Judas!
I'll send one of the physicians to sedate him.
Too cowardly to face me yourself, are you? Ah? You don't have to answer that, actually.
The physician will be here directly. Good day.
Murderer!
The professor's not dead.
Where is he then? Hey, where?
Not where he fell, that's for sure. We had a good look. But we'll find him.
Never!
That'll be the physician.
You'll never find the professor! He's cunning and resourceful.
Come on in, Doctor. Is that the chloroform?
It is indeed, yes.
The professor is more than a match for you, Inspector.
Is he now? You need me to untie the straitjacket?
If you would, please.
The professor is a sterling strategist, a towering tactician.
Is that a fact?
Oh, yes.
He is also a master of disguise.
Ta-da! Professor!
Henry!
Professor?
Don't move, Inspector. Unless you fancy a bullet through your cranium.
Cripes!
We got the measure of you, Inspector Quick. You should never underestimate Henry Gordon Jago.
Now then, Inspector. Where is our train? Huh?
I don't know, I'm afraid.
You don't know?
He's lying. You can tell by that rather shifty expression. And his eyes are rather close together. I've always thought so.
It's the truth. I left Constable Jenkins to put it somewhere safe, off the main track, and keep guard. He and Ellie were taking
Ellie?
She might know where it is.
She might indeed. It'll be close to this hour, of course. But Ellie may have returned to the Red Tavern.
She ain't going to tell you.
Oh, don't worry about that, Inspector. You see, I have a plan.
I don't care. He got 17 plans and a box of eggs. Miss Igson will never tell you.
Yeah, of course I'll tell you.
You will?
What?
Of course. course.
And the Professor won't have to shoot Inspector Quick.
Not unless he specially wants to.
Well, thanks a bundle.
You see, after we put the train into the siding, I wanted to see what was inside the tender.
You what?
I just wanted a swift gander at this green fluid what's been the cause of all the trouble.
Miss Hickson, you never.
You mean to tell us that you touched it?
I did.
Oh, wow! Ellie, welcome to the gang. We are a gang, aren't we, Professor?
If you like, Henry, yes. We can be a gang. Careful, Inspector. No sudden moves, please.
Or it's a quick bang bang and a bye-bye quick.
Oh, very good, Mr. J. You ain't lost none of your wit and humour then.
Mercifully not.
Matter of opinion, I think.
May I echo Mr. Jago's congratulations, Miss Hickson, and welcome you to the Darkling facade.
Thank you, Professor. Now, before I take you to the train and we get your cunning plan back into operation, I think we should celebrate.
Oh, capital idea.
What had you in mind?
Don't do this, miss.
Oi, you keep out of this or he'll shoot you for the peace and quiet of it. I'll get us all a drink.
You sure? I mean, clear heads and all that?
Henry's right, you know. The voices are most insistent.
Oh, that was just at the planning stage. We're past that now. We got a train and everything. I got a bottle of brandy here I've been saving. Just have a little tot each.
Well, if you insist.
Can't do any harm, I suppose. But just a small one, mind.
Ain't got to keep our heads.
Cheers, then.
I have always wanted to drive a train. Ever since I was wanted to drive a train, I was.
And now you have, thanks to the docking facsimile.
Good old docking factory thingy.
Top up?
Oh, please.
Just a finger. Possibly two. Whoops. Can't seem to.
Do you want me to help, Professor?
No. No drinking for you, Inspectaculator.
I can manage. Possibly.
It'd be easier, I'm sure, if I just hold that gun for you.
Oh, would you? Most kind. Oh, yes, you're right. That's much better. Thank you.
Good show, Professor. Careful with that revolver. Quick, dangerous things.
You're going to point it at him?
I'm not sure it's worth the effort, Miss Hickson.
Oh, hang on. I think we did something silly there, Professor.
Nonsense, Henry. Though you may be right. Not sure I can get up, actually.
I'm here for the duration. But, botheration. How are we going to get to the train now?
It's all right, you don't need to.
Don't need to? But I'm sure we do.
It's gone anyway.
Gone?
What does the timetable say?
We burned it.
It says what?
The train. The inspector had it burned.
Well, the tender, actually.
But the fluid.
The dock on my doorway's facade thing?
Yeah, burned.
All gone.
Thank heavens for that.
What a relief.
I think this calls for a celebration. Drink, Professor.
Don't mind if I...
You having a snooze, Professor? Oh, good idea. I think I'll join you.
Oh, goodness for that.
Good idea of yours, Miss Hickson. To sedate them with that brandy.
It's all I could think of. Hopefully they'll be right as rain once they slept it off.
I was worried you were getting to the end of the bottle. Thought you might run out before...
Before they conked out?
No, before you and I could try it. I think we could both do with a drop.
Oh dear. I feel like I got Donny Darklight and the diabolical drummers performing inside my head.
Oh, is that who it is? I thought I recognized the rhythm. You know, I think we may have overdone it a little last night, Henry.
I say, where are we?
Well, we appear to be on the floor.
I know this floor.
Looks suspiciously like the back room of
Oh, you're awake then?
the Red Tavern.
Good morning, Ellie.
Afternoon, you mean? I've had this door locked to keep the punters out. Didn't reckon you'd appreciate the company.
You were correct in that assumption.
I had the strangest dream.
I'm not sure it was a dream, Henry.
I was driving a train and... not a dream.
No, not a dream.
You mean we really...
You did.
And we actually...
Yes.
And that poor tramp fellow.
Old Tom?
Afraid so.
Lummy.
Corpse.
I see the Sleeping Beauties have recovered.
Not exactly recovered. Not completely.
If we could keep your voice down, Inspector.
That's all right, I can't stop. Just brought along someone to see you.
To see us?
But who? Oh, no.
No, it can't be.
Afternoon, all. Oh, I've had a terrible time of it, I have. But better now, I'm pleased to say.
Taxi, if you wouldn't mind.
Not so loud.
But it's good to see you again, gents, despite everything what we've been through together.
And the smell.
Not sure my stomach could...
And I know you've had a bit of bother too, what with a darkling thing of me, but I'm an expert in getting over that, on account of having got over it myself. So here I am, to look after you, till you're all better.
What? Oh, really? There's no need.
I think we can safely leave them too.
I reckon you're right. They're in safe hands.
Oh, if not exactly clean ones. No.
It's all right, Ellie, you leave them to me. And you, Inspector, you can buzz off and all. Oh, before you go, Ellie, get us a gin and eat without the eat, there's a love. Oh, we've had such fun, ain't we? Here, let's have a cuddle with your old friend Patsy. Come on, don't be shy.
Henry? Are you in your office, Henry?
Hello, Professor.
I got your message. I came at once. You sounded a bit...
I am a bit.
Confess I'm none too plucky myself.
I was thinking about that old Tom fella. If it wasn't for us...
I know, Henry. I feel the same.
I mean, we try to do good things. We fight frightful foes, and then one day it turns out that we have become the frightful foes ourselves.
Yes.
Old Tom's dead because of it.
We mustn't blame ourselves. We were under a malign influence.
Even so. I'm not sure I can go on, Professor.
Whatever do you mean?
Not sure I can live with myself after that. I found this in the prop store, left behind by Six-Gun Sadie.
Oh, I say, careful, Henry.
It'd be so easy, wouldn't it?
Don't let's do anything rash.
One little bullet and everything will be sorted out.
Just put the gun down very carefully. I know you're feeling depressed, but this isn't the answer.
Isn't it? I don't know how to say goodbye, Professor.
There's no need.
I know all the words. I can talk for bloomin' England, I can. But none of what I say ever means anything, does it? Not really.
Henry!
Professor, George, we had some good times, didn't we?
We certainly did. No! Henry! Oh, my God! Henry! You could have shot someone.
Well, I didn't know the bally thing was loaded, did I? I shall speak to someone about that. Could have been a nasty accident.
I think that after everything that's happened, we need a break.
Oh, I couldn't leave the theatre.
Oh, well, not to worry.
What had you in mind?
I saw an advertisement for Butler's Prestige Cruises.
A boat?
A ship. Small one. Butlers cater to small, select groups.
On a boat?
Ships. You have some aversity to ships?
Always wanted to drive a ship, ever since I was a nipper.
Then that's settled. I shall book us a couple of tickets forthwith.
Bit of a rest, you reckon?
Oh, yes. Nothing untoward can happen to us on a Butler's Prestige Cruise.
So long as you're sure.
I'm sure.
No, I'll just put this gun away, then.
I think that's for the best.
Thank you, George.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Hello, I'm David Richardson. I'm the producer of Jago and Lightfoot.
And I'm Justin Richards. I'm the script editor and I write a bit as well.
And this is season 8. It is 8, isn't it?
It is 8, yes.
Yes. It gets very confusing because we're also working on 9.
We are working on 9, just
and I'm listening to
starting.
Edit of 6 as well. So
yes, because 6 comes out soon.
It does.
Shows you how far ahead we're working.
Yes. So we kick off with Encore of the Scorchies.
Indeed, although of course being the 19th century it's their first appearance.
Yeah, I mean this kind of came about because we were working on the Companion Chronicles story, The Scorchies, and as the edits were coming together, it just seemed like a great idea to do a sequel. And I thought a good setting for a sequel to The Scorchies would be in a music hall.
And who sprang to mind?
Who sprang to mind? Who has a music hall?
Who could we ask?
And it's been a lovely diversion for Jago and Life. It's a real change of style, isn't it?
It is, and it's nice that we've been going long enough that we can do a slightly off-the-wall one in each series. It's slightly unusual, I guess, in that we're doing it as the first one. Usually when we do one that's a little bit wacky, like the Sigmund Freud episode or whatever, we put it second or third, so it doesn't... so you don't start off in a strange environment for them. But it seems to work very well. We've got a nice lead into it from the previous episode at the end of the previous series.
So when I put this idea to you, did you think I was mad?
Absolutely, but
Okay.
I knew that already. No, I thought, like you, I thought once I knew what the Scorches were, I thought it was a really good fit and a lot of potential.
We're the Scorches, sir. This may blow your tiny noggin, old boy, but we are aliens.
I see.
From outer space, i.e. beyond the stars.
With you so far.
We have crossed the void beyond the mind. We've come to enslave mankind.
I see. You know, I do wish you'd all form an orderly queue.
I'm James Goss and I wrote the bits of this that aren't the singy bits.
I'm Harold Carter. I narrate the music and I'm doing the sound design.
Well, they're all the idea of somebody called David Richardson, who secretly a lot of people think is very, very nice, but actually he's not. And David thought that the idea of killer puppets was so good that he wanted to have more killer puppets terrorising Jago and Lightfoot. And because I like doing silly things, I said that would be a great thing to do.
We've not heard a peep from Mr. Jago in weeks.
I fear these Scorches take up all of his time.
Yeah, 'cause puppets are so demanding.
Don't you like them?
I find them a bit creepy myself.
Come now. They're just sawdust and rags.
There's something about them. The way they move.
I know. Diabolically clever. Dashed if I can see how they do it.
I'll tell you how, Professor. With someone's helping hand carefully placed.
You need not elaborate.
It's a lot of work, a lot of preparation, but it's very, very exciting. I've basically just written a musical. I mean, we've got 14 songs, a couple of big solo numbers, so yeah, it's all very exciting. It's been a lot of fun. I mean, we started discussing it, I guess, around Christmas. Did you mention we were doing the Scorches then? And I had a few ideas. We discussed, we wanted a big song for Ellie. I think that was going to be quite important, so I started sketching a few ideas for that. Then I got the first draft of a script through from James, I think around Easter maybe, and saw all his ideas for incorporating the music hall songs and sketches of lyrics and a couple of finished songs, and it was up to me to kind of weave everything together and make it coherent. Obviously, I didn't want to do too much of a pastiche of anything modern, any modern musicals, yet still give it its own little flavour and its own little style. But of course, it has to be appropriate for the Victorian music hall. So hopefully, we've struck a decent balance with all the songs. Probably going to be more work than the rest of the series put together, but it's worth it. I think, having heard all the songs recorded this morning, it's such a thrill to plan all this stuff and write all the music in your head, and then have it performed for you by West End superstars. It's incredibly exciting. And they just get it right the first time. All these tricky little harmonies, I thought I was being a bit clever, and no, it's straight. First time, perfect.
So we are now going to move swiftly on to Laughing Policeman. Now this is as Scorches, and I'm assuming, Howard, do you want the ha ha ha
Yes,
ha
please.
ha ha?
Yeah.
As a Scorchy ha 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 ha.
Yeah,
that
as
would be
evil and
nice.
horrible. And bear in mind also, when you get to the word died, you've just killed the policeman.
He laughs upon his duty, he laughs upon his beat. He laughs at everybody when he's walking in the street. He never can stop laughing, he says he's never tried. But once he did arrest a man and laugh until he died.
That's perfect. That super
Okay,
duper.
we are done. And let's remember. Next one I've got is Scorches Burning.
You never quite know with something that's a little bit different until you see a draft of the script, or at least a synopsis, and then you can tell whether it's coming together and whether it's going to work, or whether you need to sort of backpedal suddenly. But no, James did a fantastic job, and we've got the music coming together now as well, and the lyrics, which is excellent. So it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, what's interesting is that at this stage we haven't recorded episode 1. We started recording episode 2, and today we're doing episode 4, and we're doing episode 1 next. So we're just waiting for all the final scores. And we've got the lyrics, haven't we? We haven't got the scores
We had
yet.
lyrics as of last week or the week before, yep.
So the scary thing is, when we recorded the Scorches, we had 2 members of the cast and 4 songs to get through in a studio day. And for Encore of the Scorches, we have a full cast.
And 76 songs.
12, I'm
12,
told.
is it?
12.
It's certainly a lot.
So it's slightly terrifying, but I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah.
If disc 1 is blank, you know why.
Yes, if you're listening to this and you're thinking, what are they talking about? There is no episode of Encore of the Scorches, then you'll know what's happened.
Yes, I've been sacked.
Once it's got a flavour and not a theme as such, but a style, everything slots into place. And I knew working with James's lyrics on some of the songs, I knew exactly, just reading the rhythm of the lyrics, what I wanted to do, Habeas Corpus in particular, I knew exactly what I was going to do with that. And same with Nancy's lovely little ditty, a little Bow Bell Miss song. Once you've got the first few, things start rolling and everything just falls into place.
I'm Christopher Benjamin. I play Henry Gordon Jago.
I'm Trevor Baxter, and I play Professor George Lightfoot.
I've travelled unimaginable distances to seek you out.
Really? Why?
Sounds ominous, Henry.
To show you my act.
Your act, Laurie, not more theatricals. I think I should warn you that I've been enjoying a short absence from the business.
But you're back now.
Indeed we are. Perhaps you should hear the lady out, Henry.
All right. Well, of course, it's wonderful to get to sing.
I don't sing, but I'm going to contribute my own particular form of plain chant. And a sort of little Victorian ballad which I have up my sleeve. No, I think
Don't
it's a terribly...
need to show us now.
I don't know. I'm not going to. No, they'll hear it anyway.
Give it away.
No. I think it's a wonderful idea because it gives us a sort of new energy. Great fun.
But after the show, when the audience go, they all scurry about in the wings. They laugh and they jeer, and it soon became clear it was they who were pulling the strings. They're mean and malign, and they mangle my mind with malevolent musical modes. Their incessant rhyming has slowly been climbing up through my head till it explodes. I used to be strong, never fear, never falter. I sturdy a cove as the Rock of Gibraltar. But now I'm their puppet, their pawn, and their prize. I've been musically mastered to my own demise.
Great.
Brilliant. You do not have to do that again, Christopher. You were absolutely brilliant.
I don't mind doing it again.
No,
Get it better?
Absolutely fantastic.
Don't you
I'm
forget
so
the low
pleased.
note at the end.
Oh, I know.
wasn't sure.
No.
It's wonderfully melodic and very, very warm. It's got wonderful warm harmonies and it's lovely music. It's really terrific.
Oh yes, in general, Howard is our scenic artist. I mean, we do the dialogue, and then he builds up the scenery behind us. And when I listen to it, I'm in awe of the context and surrounding. He gives us the environment, and the music, and the drama. It's absolutely wonderful.
I'm just relieved that Howard's done so much work on it. Because there were some songs where I went, oh yes, I really, really know what I want this song to be, and was very much pleased. And then there were others where I went, there should be a song here. And I started writing couplets, and then more couplets, and it ended up being like being trapped in a branch of Hallmark, where there were just endless rhyming couplets. And I think there was a moment where it just kind of went, this is a cry for help and I'm stopping here. And it was just lovely that at some point that draft vanished, and Howard just kind of emailed around, here are the lyrics, and then here is some music, what do you think? And it's all just delightful. And just the fact that you try and work out how many hours have gone into each of these songs, and then you stop because you feel slightly ill with guilt.
It's fun. It's just great fun, and just this is the reward, seeing it all performed for you. I think people will have to try very hard not to enjoy it. I think it's absolutely thrilling.
You're enslaving hundreds of people just so that a handful of you can be happy?
Yes,
I believe it's called
An Empire.
My name is Jenna Russell, and in this production I play Porcelain Polly and Mrs., who's part of a team of overlords, if that makes sense.
We've done such terrible things.
frightful.
Dull, even.
But the time has come to move on. 2 of us have made ourselves these new bodies.
Goodbye, Cloth.
Arrivederci sawdust.
Alissamaladic buttons.
Sayonara string.
And hello to our lovely new bodies.
I've never done anything like this before, ever. My partner does a lot of these things, and he'd done one, a Doctor Who, a couple of years ago, and had a really good time. My agent said to me, they've asked you to come in to do one, and I thought, fabulous. I've just finished a long-running theatre job. It was kind of nice to know I had something to do in the following weeks, because when you finish a long job, there's always that kind of, the longer feels a bit, you can feel a bit depressed. So it was nice to have something jolly to do just for one day.
Oh, a cliffhanger. The Professor's fallen.
He's dangling from a rope, Mrs.
Oh, I'm much obliged to you for telling me that, mister. Otherwise, I'd have been baffled as to what was going on.
Not at all, Mrs. It's lacking a certain something, though, isn't it?
Allow me.
Oh, much better, dear.
But we can have more. We can always go bigger, can't we, dear?
There's music in this production, so we were all given MP3s of the music to listen to. And, a lot of the work is done in the studio with the director telling you kind of what he or she likes, and you just tweak it, you find it, and off you go.
Are they, puppets? Mannequins?
You tell me, sir.
But how are they operated? And what do they do?
That is the question. And we know a song about it, don't we, my friends?
Well, that was,
Brilliant! You're hired. When can you start?
Well done, chaps. I think we can see where we're at. Spot on.
I've been an actor since I was 14, so quite a long time, and it's always been the bit I hate. I love rehearsing, I love playing, I love doing it, but the learning of the lines I find really tricky. So this is great, because you have to do your prep, of course you do, but you don't have to learn it, which is wonderful. So you can be fresh and alive, not panicking. When I first started reading it, I've got a 4.5-year-old daughter. I thought, this would be perfect. Betsy will love it. And then it gets darker, more absurd. It's chilling. I think it would make we were talking earlier, be a fabulous weird animation in the Tim Burton kind of style. It's that sinister but funny, strange thing. Yes, it's wonderful.
You know what you are. You, sir, are a disgrace to humanity, to England, and to musical theatre.
Did you hear that, mister?
I did indeed, Mrs. Shameful.
Boo!
Boo! Boo! Get him off!
Get him off!
Phil Collinson is a producer I've worked with a lot. I've done a lot of telly with him, and it was the first series of the new Doctor Who with Christopher Eccleston, and he said, will you come in and just do a little bit? He said, it's not much. He said, but you're in the first scenes that the Daleks appear and you get killed by a Dalek. I said, yes, please. So it's just 2 little episodes, and to be honest, I've never seen it, but I have kept the scripts. I thought one day they might be worth something. And Christopher Eccleston, I have 2 versions where he doesn't die and one where he does. Or the changeover that they do. So I thought, that's quite interesting. But no, it was lovely. It was lovely to do. And of course, stupidly, Phil was saying to me, come on, have a look at the TARDIS. And I was really blasé about it, because I was thinking, lovely, a TARDIS. I should have taken lots of pictures of the TARDIS, me in it, but of course I didn't. And pictures of me with Daleks, I didn't do any of that. But I had a good time, and I got to run around with a massive machine gun and try and shoot the Daleks, which I felt was good fun. I felt like I was an alien or something, which has always been a fantasy.
Now we're getting to the nub of things, aren't we? Allow me to introduce, for your delectation and delight, for your entertainment and enlightenment.
Yes?
The Scorchies!
I don't think they've changed at all, really. In the first one, they were a send-up of glorious 1970s children's television, and now they're a fond tribute to Victorian music hall. The style of the songs has changed enormously, but they're still evil, sawdust, sinister puppets. It's light-hearted, good-hearted fun for all the family.
Hello, I'm Sarah Lark, and I'm playing Nancy, and also playing one of the Scorchies and Magic Mice.
Hello, I am Cameron Blakely. I'm playing a rather pompous puppet called Colonel Fuzz, a Scorchie, and various assortment of mice.
Oh, Colonel! You ever seen an opera?
No, ma'am.
The girl with the best voice always gets the last word.
Well, I was lucky enough to be asked to do something a couple of years ago for Big Finish, a sort of Doctor Who thing, and it was lovely, and I had such a lovely time on it that I couldn't really say no. And I love the stories and the fun little characters, and you don't often get to play the sort of characters we get to. So it's a great fun just to stretch one's vocal muscles.
Absolutely, I think I'm excited because I've got a character kind of all the way through this one. But yeah, we just had so much fun doing all the little voices and playing around with things that perhaps you wouldn't get to do. And I hadn't done a Big Finish production before, and I was really excited to be asked to do it. So yeah, really enjoying it.
I'm just a Cockney siren, I'm a little bubble miss. I'll dance you till you're tiring, then I'll rest you with a kiss.
Probably one of the funnest days I've had in a long time, just to come in and just play around and yet have a product at the end of it. I think it's quite an amazing gift, really, isn't it? There's something we do in a room with a microphone turns into something at the end of the day. So yeah, really exciting.
Nancy,
Mr. Jago?
how does it feel? Those wire things. Not painful, I trust?
I'm used to it, but thanks for asking.
But does it?
Yes.
Oh, I'm next, you know. They'll be stringing me up, hoist on my own blessed petard.
Howard had sent us the everything really, really brilliantly with a vocal track, the sheet music and the words, and I was just listen to it on repeat, as you said yourself.
Yeah, just on headphones every evening, and just familiarise yourself and just play it every evening to see the coming in or out of work and stuff. And so, yeah, like you said, Howard had put it down so well for everyone. It was just very, very clear.
Yeah,
so
exactly what you were learning, and just go home and go through it and keep practising until it becomes second nature in your head, so that then as soon as it starts, it's really, but yes, it was a very easy, from everyone did everything they could to help us, really, and that's we did our homework.
I was saying to Trevor when I came out, singers are wonderful. They roll up and they've got it. Absolutely perfect, straight off, whereas I bumble away and have to go...
No, but I mean, I tell you, opera singers think actors are wonderful.
Oh, they are,
I did an opera in Amsterdam, playing Ian Berlioz's Beatrice Benedict, and he wrote one non-singing role, leading part, Leonardo. And those singers they told me they were in awe of me. I was in awe of them, as you say, from the first day coming out with this wonderful bel canto, these wonderful arias. But they said, it's like taking part in some wonderful masterclass. They were not, and I was just doing what comes naturally, as indeed they were.
Good night, good night. The end is nigh, of that we're certain. Jago and Lightfoot, it's time we reach the final curtain.
Lovely, 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 lovely.
Do you want almost operatic on the spot?
Yeah, as big as you can.
You got it, babes.
Well, it's a bit of a fluke, isn't it, really? Because we both got asked to do this job separately, and on the email came through about the everything. I was like, I recognise that name, Cameron Blakely. And I turned up in warm-up because we're currently doing Les Mis in London, and I said, I think we might be spending the day together recording this. So, yeah, we're at the minute, Cameron is playing Mr. Thénardier, and I play one of his ladies, a homing pigeon, actually, in his scene. I'm one of the girls he cheekily lifts up into the air in a jovial, drunken despair.
The appeal to it, I suppose, is one thing. First and foremost is the music. It's just stunning. And that in combination with just a very, very powerful story.
It is incredible, the audiences that have known it for years and those rediscovering it and those discovering it for the first time. And I think what I adore about the piece is that there are so many, because it spans such a long time, there's so many characters, everyone has a part to play, and I think that really shows that it's a huge ensemble piece with but also you follow so many characters through the years. You don't just see one character meet new people. You have this journey of all the people that end up in the end of Act 1 is inspirational, and hair stand up on the back.
Yes.
It's an amazing thing to be part of, and I feel very lucky. I auditioned it for many years, and I'm very, very excited to be in it.
There is no magic cleverer than to abracadabra. It's a jolly thing to see someone freshly R.I.P.
There's just something it feels very old-fashioned and romantic about doing a musical. It always takes me back to sort of the films I grew up watching, like Guys and Dolls and Oklahoma and Carousel and Seven Brides for Seven Brothers. It just feels like something quite oldie-worldy about it, which I love, and the quite innocent appeal of it. And any emotion can be then... It's very poetic as well in the descriptive quality of a song and the ballad, and you can just get so much across. And if it's done really, if it's beautifully written, both from the score and the lyrics, it can be one of the most exciting things you could possibly see. It's when you go and see a movie and you hear a very powerful soundtrack. It complements the piece rather than taking away from it, and so that's what makes it, I think, very exciting and moving to do.
Cameron's right. There is something for me to perform. There is that emotion of not only am I speaking something I mean, I'm hearing something, I'm feeling something. I think that's what the audience feels, especially when you're involved with a musical. To watch it, you are engrossed in that world. It's every part of you, and you with any wonderful music, you feel it. And I think that's what musical theatre is a joy at doing, because it has the moments when it can... I love a song that can make you laugh and cry. There's moments where something is hysterically funny, but you realise you're next crying because they've just got you to that exact emotional place. And I think that's exactly what musical theatre does, and I think that's why, hopefully, I think it's having an amazing kind of time at the moment, because with musicals coming back onto the big screen, new audiences are seeing that and then going, I'd like to see that, and I think that's very exciting for us all.
It makes everything so much easier. I mean, it's a little bit of frightening, because when I first started writing, I didn't know who we were going to have singing, so I was perhaps a little bit more cautious than I could have been, just because you don't know how complicated the recording is going to be on the day. I wish I'd gone full-blown, Wagner now.
You could have gone bigger.
I could have gone bigger.
This is Lisa Bauman about to record her song.
Once again, I've been overlooked and left until the end. Just another lonely hour for me to spend behind the scenes until the denouement. It's not fair, I never get a truly even share, and I end up feeling that I'm just a step apart every time. The adventure's nearly finished and I've hardly said a line. You two gents have all the fun while I get left behind. Well, not today, if it's okay, I'm here to save mankind. I'm Ellie, the barmaid. I'm sick of being forgot. I may not make the titles, but I'm vital to the plot. I'm more than just a bit part, I'm integral and I'm great. I never get a spin-off at this rate. I'm Ellie, the barmaid. I'm here to save the day. You didn't think to ask me, but I've turned up anyway. As far as music debuts go, this one is pretty late. I'll never get a spin-off at this rate. Now I won't let this bunch of fuzzy puppets steal the show. It's bad enough I've only had 2 scenes so far, you know. It's time to put an end to this and claim what's mine by right. The final scene's for me and it ain't yours without a fight. So listen here, you nasty bunch of ragged evildoers. I'm here to thwart your plans and send you right there down the sewers. The thought of killing everyone might make you laugh and chortle, but that won't work with me because I'm technically immortal. I'm used to pulling pints, although I never pull me punches. I'm just as happy fighting as I am with ashes. If you thought you'd get away with this, it's time you knew. Up with this, I will not put. It's time to finish you.
Hi, Lily, the barmaid. Just look here what I found. A big old box of fireworks just lying on the ground. And here's a box of matches sitting right next to this crate. I'm never gonna spin off at this rate. I'm Lily, the barmaid. It's time to end the show. I've got a box of rockets which I ain't afraid to throw. Don't go crying, soldiers, 'cause got no one else to blame. I may not get a spin off, but I'll kill you all the I will get it right next time, I promise. Fantastic. Oh, God.
It's great fun because when I was at university many years ago, I read an awful lot of Victorian books. And, you know, they're brilliant. And it's wonderful. And it's that brilliant thing of being able to sit down and go, well, I've read everything that the Brontes ever wrote. How wonderful. And you don't need any of that knowledge for years. The fact that you spend all of your time reading Wilkie Collins and all these wonderful books, nobody ever asks you to use any of these words in normal life. And Jago and Lightfoot is just basically a chance for, I suspect it's mostly a chance for Justin Richards to prove that he has an enormous vocabulary. And for the rest of us to just kind of trail along in his wake going, we read the books with the small print too, just not as many as you. We can't do it as easily as you do, but it's wonderful because these are three people who are such great friends, but are great friends who aren't afraid of being loquaciously great friends. And also the fact that the cast really do know what all of these wonderfully heightened diction characters would actually say, and you're always being pulled up by people who go, well, I know you've used this word, but actually it should be this word. And you're there going, I don't know what I'm doing.
I think the thing that with this script and with the whole series in general, I know I've said it before, why I love it so much, is just that element of humour all the way through. It's so wonderful, it's so warming, and you just get so much from those two characters when they're together. They feed off one another, and I think in the context of, you know, musical deathly puppets from outer space, it's a little bit more intense. Actually, as we're speaking, we're recording Series 8, I've just finished editing Series 6. Just listening back to an episode once it's done, being able to laugh out loud at something you've just spent hours and hours and hours editing is testament to the characters and the writing. It's thrilling, it's great.
I thought it was too good to be true.
What is it this time, quick? Vampires? Werewolves? Vampire werewolves?
It's probably easier if I show you. Just pop outside with me for a moment.
Episode 2, The Backwardsmen, The Return of Andy Lane.
The Return of Andy Lane. We nearly called it that, actually.
Did we?
Lovely to get Andy back. He's been so busy with young Sherlock Holmes, and he's got another series just started about Professor Challenger's grandson or something, isn't it? Which is also fantastic. So he's been up to his ears in that, and it was nice that he could make some time to come back and do some Jago and Lightfoot.
We gave him quite an open brief, didn't we?
We did, yeah. Because of his schedule, we weren't sure whether he was going to be able to deliver for this series, or whether we'd have to move it back into the next one or whatever. So giving him an episode that within the narrative arc isn't dependent on anything else very much meant that we had that leeway should we need it. But we didn't. It came in on time and fantastic, and it fits very nicely. Classic Andy Lane, Jago and Lightfoot. So hurrah!
I'm Andy Lane. I'm the writer of episode 2 from season 8 of Jago and Lightfoot. That's called The Backwardsmen, having written the original pilot, The Mahogany Murderers, many, many years ago.
Oh, welcome though it is to get a breath of fresh air. I confess I'm not entirely sure why we're here, Inspector. And I'm not exactly dressed for the streets.
I'm so familiar with the Talons of Weng Chiang. Something about the characterisation they came up with. I know a lot of people say that's Robert Holmes. Robert Holmes comes up with these brilliant double acts. Jago and Lightfoot, it's there, it's the actors, it's Mr. Baxter and Mr. Benjamin. They are inhabiting those roles.
All the things you've seen, Professor, and you can tell me definitive, like, that unicorns don't exist.
She's got you there, Lightfoot. One day London will be invaded by killer unicorns. And who'll be laughing then?
None of us, I dare say.
I think you've always got to try and give the actors something interesting and different to do. Certainly with Christopher Benjamin, there is a risk that if you're doing it carelessly, you can write Jago as a buffoon and that's it. But actually there's much more to him than that. He's a very caring, very courageous man underneath all of that. And in the writing, you've got to try and find a way to tunnel down and get that buried aspect of his character out, give him situations to excel in, or situations where he has to be the hero or everything will fall apart. The other thing I like doing with Christopher Benjamin is playing him off against himself, getting him to play two different versions of Jago, a younger Jago and an older Jago, or a human Jago and an alien Jago. And it's good because it's easy to underrate him as an actor because he's so affable, but actually he's very, very good.
It won't be the same, you know.
What won't?
This world, once you've finished with it. There will still be towns and cities and railways, you know, even if they aren't used anymore.
They will decay with time. Give it long enough, and I guarantee there will be nothing left of this civilization. Nothing, apart from the kine roaming in their millions across the plains and throughout the forests.
And will that make you happy?
This isn't about me, Mr. Jago.
I think you deceive yourself. I know the signs. I deceive myself all the time. This is all about you.
The Victorian era was on the cusp of the English civilization, which at the time was probably the preeminent civilization in the world, giving up on supernature and supernatural explanations for things and starting off on scientific explanations for things. So all the way through the 16th, 17th, 18th centuries, it was God and the devil, it was ghosts, it was spirits, it was fairies, and that explained everything. From probably 1900 onwards, there are scientific explanations. Everything is Darwin, evolution, physics and chemistry. But the Victorian era, that 1860 to 1899, is the point at which everyone was switching over. So you can have both explanations at once, or you can move explanations back and forth. It's a very fluid time. It's a time when people were shifting their entire way of thinking, and that's quite a fascinating thing for a writer to inhabit.
Ian Burford, and I play Arioch and Brontag.
Any last words?
Surrender now and I'll guarantee you a fair trial.
You are a buffoon of the First Order.
These two, the first one doesn't last too long. He gets shot on the first page because the other one is a character who inhabits other bodies. He's a interplanetary inspector chasing a criminal called Mr. Wednesday in this case. So unless he can find another host to go into, he will die as well. But he manages to find Mr. Lightfoot as a host. I inhabit his body for most of this piece, until eventually I depart this world, sadly. I've done enough transformations, been in enough bodies. So it's fun. They're both fun.
But apart from a desire not to see another human being come to harm, if I can help it, why should I cooperate?
Suffice it to say, at the moment, the future of your race is at risk, and I am here to help. Now quickly, time is short.
It's quite odd, because you have in your mind a particular intonation or delivery, and then one of the actors will come up with a completely different way of saying a line. And more often than not, it's a better way, a way you hadn't thought of. So it keeps the process alive, because suddenly the script is being reinvented in front of you in different ways to the ways you expect. So, and sometimes you think, I wouldn't have done it that way myself, and sometimes you think, God, I wish I'd thought of that. But I do quite a lot of school visits with the young Sherlock Holmes books, and I talk a little bit about my history as a writer and the other things that I've done. One of the things that I always tell them is that the greatest fun I ever had was coming into a recording studio and listening to actors, Trevor Baxter, Christopher Benjamin, Sylvester McCoy, Colin Baker, whoever it is, reading out my lines. Because these are the people that I grew up with, watching on television, and they're my heroes. And suddenly I'm doing something for them and writing for them. That's brilliant. It's one of the best feelings you can get as a writer. The format of Jago and Lightfoot and the skills of the actors could keep this going for an awfully long time. There are so many stories you can tell, and so many different ways those two characters can play off one another. It will never get stale, I don't think.
It's getting on. Isn't our informant a trifle overdue?
Not entirely unexpected. And she's not exactly an informant. On the contrary, I think she would rather the entire matter had never come to the attention of the police.
Episode 3, Jago and Lightfoot and Patsy.
Yes, our new star. We love Patsy.
We do love Patsy.
Yes, Johnny Morris wrote Patsy into, I think, one scene in his episode by way of having needing somebody to discover a body, and so he introduced this old crone and called her Patsy, after Patsy Smart, the actress who played the old crone in the original Talons of Weng Chiang, which is a very similar sort of character. Jago and Lightfoot and Patsy is very much her story, and some backstory, and lots for her to do, and fantastic, a good atmospheric romp.
My name is Flaminia Cinque and I play Patsy.
Evening, Professor Lightfoot. So you must be...
Delighted to meet you, madam. Henry Gordon Jago.
That's 3 names.
Eh? Oh, well...
What do you want 3 names for? I get by all right with just the one. Patsy.
Well, perhaps one would suffice in your line of work. But in the theatrical trade, where I make my living, the more monikers, the merrier.
The what?
I suppose it's getting the idea of someone who's lived a life on the streets in that era, and what that would conjure up in that period of time, from the being open to the elements, cold air, which would give a hoarse voice, those kind of things. I was fortunate enough to see a clip of the original actress, and obviously then you'd try and copy that and then fit it, make it fit your voice, and hope that it will work.
So, where exactly is your patch, Patsy?
Oh, that's mine. From the shad steps down to the back of the Lamb and Flag.
Simon Barnard and Paul Morris, who've written this, they've kind of taken to this series like ducks to water, haven't they?
They have. They could have been made for it. It's really very much their sort of thing, and they're very much the series sort of thing. They really got the characters and the dialogue and that whole sort of background and atmosphere and world in which it lives, which is actually, for all we say the characters are so easy to write because we know them so well and they're so well defined, it's actually the world that they inhabit which I think is the hardest thing to get right, getting the balance between the ordinary and the extraordinary, and setting it recognisably within what we think Victorian London was like, and they've hit that first time. Some of us, it takes a little while to get them.
I'm Paul Morris, and I was the co-writer with Simon Barnard of Jago and Lightfoot and Patsy.
You say you're with the police. May I see your identification?
Our relationship with Her Majesty's Constabulary is on an advisory basis.
Officially, unofficial.
I see.
Well, there's quite a lot of ideas in this story, sort of thrown a bit of everything in, but I think the original brief was fairly open, just to be set around the streets of the East End. And I think we were both interested in maybe widening that and including the River Thames in some way. And while Simon was researching that, he came across a reference to Jacob's Island, which was in real life a notorious den of thieves somewhere near Bermondsey. And fictionally, I think it forms part of the climax of Oliver Twist. It's where Bill Sykes meets his comeuppance. So we had a location.
A man could disappear on Jacob's Island.
The police rarely ventured there, but I did on one occasion. It was the most extraordinary place, Henry. A rabbit warren of waterways, spanned by rickety wooden bridges. The Venice of drains, some called it.
Very poetic.
Yeah, Jacob's Island. That's where I met him. My Jeremiah.
Your Jeremiah?
That's lovely, well done.
Now, why do you think Lightfoot went there on one occasion?
I don't know.
That opens a can of worms, it seems to me. Yes.
I think the idea of Bill Sykes suggested a villain, which became Jeremiah Castle, although he's much nastier and more skeletal than Bill Sykes.
My name is Andrew Greeno, and I play Jeremiah Castle, the king of Jacob's Island.
Now, how fast you dodgy wretches you think you can fly from the king of Jacob's Island?
Ye gods.
Please preserve us.
What in the devil's name are you, creature?
That is Jeremiah Castle.
I've not done this sort of thing before, so it's all a new experience. So I approach it like I would a TV or a film. I'd use the method I use. The simplest way I find of finding out a character is if the character was taken out of the script, what would be missing, and that's your key to your character. So that's the quickest way in for me. If you haven't got a lot of time, which you never have in this business. What I love about this job is that you come across gems. With Christopher and Trevor, it's like being in the presence of these beautiful actors. It's like being with, as far as I'm concerned, like Laurence Olivier or John Gielgud or someone like that. They're just a rare breed. They're amazing. And I've just sat and listened the whole day, and that's been a real highlight, because they're just such amazing characters. It's a bit Holmes and Watson, actually. It's got that kind of feel about it. I don't know what it is. I think you don't get it anymore. You don't get it in younger actors because they're so clever and so witty, and they love it. You know, they absolutely love it, and their mind is so sharp. It's really rare. So to get that experience today has just been great.
Betsy.
Queen of Jacob's Island, you used to call me.
But you're old.
We all get old, Jeremiah.
Old and ugly. So very, very ugly.
You're not looking so great yourself.
To watch them and to listen to it, you're kind of there, really. And Flaminia, I mean, she's just amazing. I mean, I don't know if she does a lot of this stuff, but blimey, I mean, I was in awe. But really, I'm really enjoying it, and still got more to do yet, but my voice is just about holding out, I think.
My name is Robert Whitelock, and I'm playing Gride.
And tell me why I shouldn't have Mr. Dent throw you out on your ear again.
Your drains. We've had complaints.
Complaints about my drains? Why?
The odour is discernible halfway to Hounslow and is causing offence on a wide scale. Concerned citizens are running for cover, fearful of a second great stink.
Let them. Luddites.
Mr. Gride, I'll have you know I could have this tannery closed down.
You actually think this is a tannery? Ha! You know nothing.
It says it's a tannery on the door. There could be a trades descriptions issue here as well, you know. What is it really, then?
It would be easier to show than to tell. Let me give you the grand tour.
When I first read Gride, I kind of thought of Edmund Blackadder. I thought he's this sort of very smart, quite snide, acerbic, messianic genius who's ultimately, out for world domination. He's not apparently he's not out just for himself. It's to do with the darkling facade and that kind of thing. But with that a great sense of an urbaneness about him as well, and a dryness, which was all there. I didn't invent that. I didn't invent any of that. It was written already. That was already there. But that's what I pulled out of it. That was the thing that just got more and more for me. That more and more layered.
How dare you eviscerate one of my employees? Get out of here now, you skeletal excrescence. This is my factory.
This is my island.
Island? What island?
You're standing on this. Your factory is built on Jacob's Island.
And it's his patch, or it was, 30 years ago, before he was strung up and dumped in the Thames.
You expect me to believe?
Strung up.
It's a really nice little character arc, and you get this very low level of playing at the beginning, where you get to the semi-respectable face of Gride, and then later on you see the kind of sort of intensity, the religious fervour, almost. Well, not almost. That's what it is. It's religious fervour, and this sort of intensity of his character. And then he gets to die, of course, as well. So I get to do that too.
You get it now. Jeremiah just wants his island back.
It seems whatever toxic filth you've been pumping out into St. Saviour's dock has brought him to this state.
And turned the fish green.
Well, I never.
They're fantastically written characters, so they translate brilliantly. The world of it's so detailed and ornate, it sort of fires the imagination very easily. In fact, this is something else we were talking about earlier. We've done a lot of talk today already. Something else we were talking about earlier, we were saying that often you get these characters in fiction or in TV episodes, and you think, oh, God, if only they could have their spin-off. If only they could get a spin-off TV show or a film or something. You see it in literature sometimes. They bring out books, but they never get to the screen. Or they never get into recorded media somehow. I love audio and film and TV. I'm a bit of a nut around that sort of stuff. I'm into all of it, hungry for it. So this kind of thing, for it to get into audio like this, it's a bit of a dream come true for a fan, isn't it?
You're one of us now. Kill them, now!
I am Jeremiah Castle. I am King of Jacob's Island. And no one tells...
What are you doing? No, get away.
No one tells Jeremiah Castle what to do.
Get away! No!
I did, Bells of St. John. That was amazing. I got to work with... I'd worked with Colm McCarthy, who directed it before. I worked with Colm on something called Injustice for ITV. And so when he brought me in for that, and I was absolutely thrilled to bits to be part of the Doctor Who world. And the Bells of St. John, Celia Imrie, who is the nicest woman in the world. And a total joy to work with. You never know. If you work with somebody who's big, you never know how much you're going to have to
micromanage and handle and all that kind of stuff. She was just a total joy from start to finish. And I remember the first shot I did, the big Steadicam sweeping shot where we pick up Alexi and Miss Kislet at the monitor, and the Steadicam follows her back and comes up the stairs, and then she meets me, and we go back again, we go into the office, and the Steadicam pans around, and you pick up this great big vista of London. And it's a tricky shot to do. It's a really tricky shot. We all had to work as a team to do it, cast, crew, and those are the moments where you get the measure of people straight away. And she was so generous of spirit and so giving, and straight away I just knew we were going to have a great time filming that.
By complete coincidence, I did go on a guided tour of the East End of London, the old Docklands areas. The tour guide actually pointed out some locations that have been used in the filming of Talons of Weng Chiang, which, by complete coincidence, I particularly remember being shown there's only one set of steps remaining that lead down from the street down to the river bank, which was definitely used in Talons. And yes, I had that in mind, if nothing else, when we were writing the scenes set on the riverbank with Patsy, the scavenger.
We've saved the world again!
Hooray!
Drinks all round then!
Hooray!
Cheers!
Actually, that's a little bit creepy, Patsy.
Patsy? Patsy?
As much as fun as it is to write scenes between Jago and Lightfoot, we've heard an awful lot of that now, so it's often fun to throw a third character in and see how that brings out new sides to both of them.
It's beautifully written with a lovely rhythm, and that makes it very easy, and she's got some great punchlines, and it's beautifully married to the other characters. I think it gives a lovely juxtaposition. Yeah.
Once we've got the storyline worked out, the scenes just really do write themselves. I know it's a cliche, but these characters are in my head, and out they come.
If only we could train them not to have enough guest characters to fill a Hollywood blockbuster.
Well,
It'd be
indeed.
perfect.
Yes, and fit onto one CD. Yes. Mind you, I'm the same. My first draft is we're supposed to be about 10,500 words. I think my first draft is always about 13,000. So.
Yes.
And then I'm not changing it.
Dash clever.
Steam trains or the Professor?
Well, both, I suppose. I was just saying, I've always wanted to drive one, even as a nipper.
I'll leave it to you then.
Thank you.
Okay, that is 21 done, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Episode 4, Hickson and Quick
by some guy.
You. So go on then.
Yes.
Tell us.
Yes. Well, I wanted to call it The Adventures of Hickson and Quick, but apparently that's too long to fit on the CD. So it's Hickson and Quick. It was an idea that I've had for a while and haven't managed to work out how to fit it into the narrative of doing a dark Jago and Lightfoot where they're the villains. But I didn't want them just possessed and turning bad, as it were. I thought it would be nice if they're up to no good, but they treat that in exactly the same way and maintain their characters. So they are Jago and Lightfoot, but they're just the baddies.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I'll grab his arms, you lift his legs.
Ready when you are.
Hey! Hey!
On three.
On three.
1,
2.
Oh, get away from me! You ain't with Patsy!
I can assure you, we are
3.
This series probably isn't as arc-heavy as previous ones, is it?
No, I guess episodes 3 and 4 are tied together a little bit tighter, but 1 and 2 are very much standalone stories, and it's nice to do that. The next series we do, Series 9, we're planning now, is going to again have more of a thread through it due to the circumstances of how and where and whatever it is set.
Professor, George, we had some good times, didn't we?
We certainly did.
I think either it could have died the death and it would have been just a fascinating one-off, or it would just spin off and keep on going. I don't think there would have been in between. It's just such a brilliant idea, and the actors are so comfortable in the roles that I can see this just rolling on forever.
We're dependent on the writers, and they keep coming up with new things.
Yes, and that enables us in our turn to develop our characters. I mean, we're way beyond the original talents of Weng Chiang now in terms of character development and psychological insight and the things that they do and the things that they think, and we're sometimes made privy to their thoughts, which of course wasn't possible in the talents of Weng Chiang.
But they're still aware of what we originally were.
Oh, what we originally were. And of course it is still the same relationship.
Yeah.
That burgeoning friendship of all the time loyal to each other, but at the same time ribbing each other. Very much aware of the differences in our character and personalities. They even get to a point of having a row, don't they? And again, that's very human and happens in many friendships, not to mention marriages.
Trevor was remarking that he's always amazed that the series just doesn't run out of steam. Do you still feel there's a lot of steam in your engines?
Yeah, I do. Using a nautical metaphor, strangely. It's nice because we've got to the point where we can take them out and do weird and different things with them. We can go out to the countryside or even into another century, or put them on a boat or whatever. So there's a lot of variety of setting and environment that we can play with. I mean, apart from the fact that London at that time is a very rich environment with a lot of contrasting and different locations and settings anyway. So we can do that, but at the same time we can always come back and do a traditional story or more traditional story within what might be seen as a more standard setting, whether it be the music hall or the morgue or the Red Tavern or the streets around. So it's nice that it's big enough to have that variety, but it's grounded in those characters. So you, in a sense, you know what you're going to get, but in another sense, it can always be a surprise.
And what can we expect from Series 9?
Oh, thrills and spills, especially spills. If it has a subtitle, then Series 9 is Jago and Lightfoot all at sea.
What had you in mind?
I saw an advertisement for Butler's Prestige Cruises.
A boat?
A ship. Small one. Butlers cater to small, select groups.
On a boat?
Ships. You have some aversity to ships?
Always wanted to drive a ship, ever since I was a nipper.
Then that's settled. I shall book us a couple of tickets forthwith. It's a wonderful feeling being able to bring people pleasure, I must say.
Yes.
It's great. It's great. And I mean, we are all at the same time genuinely exploring in terms of theatre of what it's all about.